Hello, all my beasties, and all you new fine folk. Welcome to the lair. I am Loki, your host. I am a public safety and firearms expert, and we are live streaming the Letecia Stauch trial. We have our feed on, and we have the feed from the court. And when they start at 11, we are ready, and we're here to chill out, talk, be a happy place, even though the trial is not a happy thing. I will tell you, and I will go over with it closer. We have very few rules to our chat, but the big rule is be civil and be nice. There are mods here that will remind you gently to be nice, but for the most part, as long as it's pleasant adult discussion and interaction, it's all good. Did I boomer this setup? No, I didn't. We actually have the WebEx feed, so we don't have to deal with law and crime as much if possible. So, guys, welcome, my tech scroll Croc.
Hello, folks. How you doing today? We just had some little bits of housekeeping to deal with right before, so we apologize for lateness.
Oh, Debbie, don't worry about calling people out for not being nice. I have plenty of mods to handle it. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. We've got it. We've got it handled. And if anybody has a problem with anybody in the chat, just tag me or one of my mods and it will be handled. We don't do the name calling and the inappropriate and the mean in chat. You can direct your aggressions and your mean towards um, the person, but on trial, not towards fellow lair members. We're adults. We're here to disagree. We are here to disagree respectfully. Ardo, Arfin. Hello, lovely Ardo. So, she will not be here today because she is in trial. But it looks like possibly tomorrow we may have the beautiful, the wonderful, the defense, one of the defense experts from Kyle Rittenhouse, possibly Natalie Wisco jumping on to say hi and weigh in here and there. So,
No, Ardo's giving me a hard time just to give me a hard time.
it's okay. Everybody
Save it
is
for
welcome and
Quiplash,
loved
Ardo.
here. Everybody is here and welcome, and between, Patty and all the mods, we've got it. We are. We are. There are all the things. We are all the things.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You
So,
had to be. I had to back you up on that because he was absolutely wrong.
Caroline, we will handle the disagreeing with disagreeing as it comes on a case by case basis. It takes a lot for me to block you. Fair warning. Today we are working on a coffee flavored protein drink, hot coffee, and two giant Starbucks tumblers full of iced coffee. And I haven't even started energy drinks. So game on. Yes, Debbie. Natalie Wisco. You are thinking of Natalie Lawyer Chick. Natalie Wisco is a criminal defense attorney who is a former federal prosecutor and state prosecutor who then became a criminal defense lawyer at Rittenhouse.
Hmm.
Yes, Ardo is correct. Oh, okay, Debbie. A lot of people, when I say Natalie, assume Natalie Lawyer Chick. But yes, the beautiful, the wonderful Natalie Wisco. Yes, she's a former criminal defense lawyer. Yes, no, this one is a vanilla Alani, just like the brand of energy drinks, coffee, caffeinated drink.
Okay. Those all came in grays. There were several battles of Athens. But a minor dispute in Eastern Europe, yeah, no, there's been a few of those, some actually much larger than others.
Some get you heated, but you got to do a whole lot for that. But I do have an Isabella, and mine likes to conquer some things. Um, and
Yeah,
we haven't.
they're
There
working.
was an Alex, and he has a shirt that says, "I like to conquer." Sometimes I get the urge to conquer Europe or conquer the world.
uh, oh, the Battle of Athens, Tennessee. Okay, so now that we have a specific Battle of Athens, no, I've seen
I'm wearing a
Conqueror.
Marine Corps
Yeah,
shirt.
those are in.
I am. I am. I don't have any crayons to eat, but I am wearing a Marine Corps sweatshirt.
Yeah, I have to talk to. I
So,
actually have to talk to Patty later because we had a thought going through our little brains, and maybe we can, and we still haven't managed to realize it yet. So I'm gonna ask her about that.
we'll figure it all out. So, there are plenty of people that do, in fact, have um, invitation links for today that might be in and out, depending
Okay.
on trials and all of the things. Texas Mama Bear, so good to see you.
Yes. But Patty's not here. Patty's not here right now. She has to go to the office this morning and do some
Yes,
stuff.
and she does have a link. Yes, intellectual. I do have a PO box. As of right now, we are not monetized. Maybe by the end of this, I will be at my 1,000 subscribers. I am not monetized. I do have a PO box along with PayPal and Venmo because even once I get monetized, I can promise you, YouTube will say nope to this trial being monetized with anything other than super chats. It will not be advertiser friendly. But I do have all of the things in all of the social medias, and the Crocosquirrel will be putting those in chat, as will mods. So, how is everybody this
I do
fine,
not have.
fine day?
You know what I don't have is the PO box address.
It's on the go look at my page.
Yeah,
On
I
the
will do that.
about page for the channel.
Okay, I will go grab that. That one.
If at any point my sipping through a straw bothers anybody, noise microphone wise, just let me know and I'll mute myself. They're trying to um, finish setting up. Amazon was late. Amazon was late delivering some of my lighting for my studio.
All right.
So, but I know some people are. Debbie, I will. Debbie, I will. Don't worry.
All right. And here's that bit.
I will, Debbie. Don't worry.
We're gonna have to find. I'm gonna have to find a way to parse that out. All right. Let me just
Yeah,
get that.
like hit enter. Shift enter lets you drop it to the next line.
I tried that. It didn't work.
Or spaces or control in between.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Try
talk.
control enter. Hey Sod, at least you can listen. We're happy to have you.
All right, so I've got that. Wow.
FedEx is talented in that way.
That's why I prefer UPS for those things. I actually know how they operate.
Hold on a second. There we go. Readjust the laptop a tiny bit. Yes, I really am this Wednesday Adams pale. Somebody felt they need to leave that comment for me yesterday and ask if I was trying to be goth. I'm like, I have less makeup on than any other female I know.
That's not true.
Okay, other than none. I have a legitimately 4 dots. Some eyeshadow I applied in 30 seconds with one finger and lipstick. That's it. Otherwise, I'm like totally Casper, including my lips being white. So, what could I say? What can I say? Oh, we're moving around in the courtroom. I see. I could do the Morticia. When I played high school hockey, I used to part my hair down the middle and braid my hair because otherwise a goaltender's helmet won't sit over a ponytail. And oh, perfect, Mean John. Perfect. We were talking about that last night during Quiplash. We were talking about that during Quiplash yesterday night.
No.
I wore my hair, French braided in pigtails, and everybody called me Morticia or Wednesday. And then if I wore my hair down, my mom called me Morticia. So for a long time, I was known on the channel as a Romanian vampire. That was the theory on me for a while. I'm just a Czech vampire who's this pale. That's why my face matches my neck. Caroline, yeah, the one on. Most people are talking about the one on Netflix or the movie with Christina Ricci when they refer to me.
Give me a second.
Yeah, Sod, you are the man.
All right. That one's for the judge. This one's for the courtroom.
Bonjour, mi John. Salut. Ça va?
No. Oh, I know what that other one is.
Je suis Morticia. Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? I do speak French.
All right. So we have a new camera today. The one in the upper right there is for whatever witness happens to be existing.
Min John, ça va? Min John, ça va? Bonjour, ça va?
And what weird ideas would I be getting? And what would you consider weird in this context? or in any context, which includes me.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mean John. It just means how are you? Yes, I am conversational in French, and both French and Quebecois, Quebec French.
Ooh.
I played hockey all the way into college.
Okay. I
So
cannot
you
directly switch
kind of
between
have
cameras,
to be.
which makes me unhappy.
They'll probably come up. Yeah, you kind of have to be if you play comme si comme ça et vous. You kind of have to be when you play hockey and you're traveling and playing in Quebec or Montreal.
Yeah, no kidding.
You leave us Czechs alone.
Just remember, folks, if you see a blank check, it's a trap.
Yeah, no. I do speak several different languages. Debbie, I speak enough medical Spanish from when I was in the field and doing OSHA on industrial OSHA. I speak enough Spanish to get by. My small person and parts of my family are fluent, so I understand a lot more than I can speak. But if we would like to go with Czech, Hungarian, or some other things, I've got you. Czech, Hungarian, Hebrew, certain Arabic dialects. I've got that. I was not a ringer. I was a goaltender, and it wasn't even for junior high school. I played Division 3 hockey in college. I played all through high school and into college, and I still play when I'm healthy. I play about once.
Ardo, your English is better than some of the folks that we live near, so we're good there.
Oh, Creed. Um, next spring, I will be over there. So maybe we can meet up somewhere close, or I can um wind my way over near you and I can see you. You're good, I. I will be Creed. I will be visiting Ditch in Podmokli. I will be visiting Detchen and um, several other places. Yes, Creed, I know I have to be unarmed, but I do have a Czech passport and citizenship.
I'm not sure who Onion Boy is.
Debbie, I have to look. I'm not totally sure. Dechin is in Czechoslovakia. It's in the north. Dechin Podmokli is it's the valley. Hold on. Let me see if I can get you.
Unless you're talking about Onision, then no, I'm not. I'm not 100%.
Yes, that's Onion Boy.
Okay, in which case that's fine. All right.
Hold on. So Dechen is literally borders Germany. It is um, Dechen borders Germany. It is in the Ustinadlabem region, and it's got 35 little parts. It is got the river running through the middle of it. It is, not. It's about 83 minutes north of Prague by train. If that gives you a better one. So it is very north. Um, it is very, very north. I will also be checking out Ungvar, which is where my grandmother was from. But my mom's from Dechen. CN40, the lovely creed.
Note to self: do not use WebEx for anything.
Okay, did it crash again?
No. I'm working. I pulled it back up on the website, and it's being even more stubborn than this.
I do have the lawn crime feed for that I can pop over
Well, they
and
seem
in
to
if
have.
you need
They
to.
seem to know this particular piece of software better than I do. So
They do.
maybe if it
Um,
if it refuses to stop being annoying, then we'll have that conversation. As it
that's
is
fine.
somehow. Oh, right. That's I did that.
Yeah, Debbie, I'm still gonna end up in Florida regardless. My cousin, who is pretty much my sister, my mom's sister, her daughter, that we're 7 months apart in age. She lives in Florida too, so I'll be there.
Ugh.
I have gone on many cruises. I love them, but you have to know what cruise line is right for you and what you're looking for. And Ardo, I already told you like one of my best friends in high school was a Swedish foreign exchange student named Victor Asplund. Intellectual. I did get someone left a mean comment on yesterday's stream, forgetting that certain words will hold your comment and not post. And um, they questioned if I had ovaries. They thought due to my height and things, I was apparently male.
We don't talk about grunk.
But yeah, Debbie, I can tell you, celebrity by far is the best. Leaps and bounds.
The youngest person in my house has been on more cruises than I have.
I mean, if you're going with kids and care about like kids' activities, Disney's amazing. So is like Carnival or Royal Caribbean. I am not a Carnival cruise person. That's too. It's just not as cushy as I particularly need. Um, but I love Celebrity. I did do Norwegian once, and Celebrity is kind of the same parent company, but a tier above Norwegian and Celebrity all the way if it's adults.
All in America.
Yeah, Disney if it's for kids to entertain them. But there's I liked my Celebrity cruises. But
Are those actually Holland America? Is that the ones that do Norwegian?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
no,
My sister-in-law works for Holland America, so
yeah, no, Holland America's the wrong.
she wanted to interject that one. Huh?
Debbie, Disney is actually more expensive than Celebrity, and Celebrity is more of a top tier. Especially if you care about the adulty stuff, not having kids stuff to do.
Well, Disney doesn't even do annual passes anymore.
Yeah, they do.
Like,
They've
okay.
reopened the sale. They've reopened the sale of them off and on. They're just doing it in a much more limited capacity because of the park pass system. Good morning, JMK. It
Okay,
looks
so
like
we have activities from.
we're getting courtroom pictures. Woohoo!
Yeah.
See how the volume is compared to the nose shot of the judge and his screaming yesterday. Debbie, do not attempt to bring it on board. They have drug dogs and you are not allowed to have him. Have
What
it
are we talking about?
medical or otherwise. And when you are in certain ports of call and countries, they will put you in jail.
Oh yes, that's a thing. Okay, so we have the witness chair in Nosovision. Or no, that's the judge. Wait.
Yeah, Debbie, I know a lot of people who took like a vape because they have medical cards thinking they'd be okay. Croc, are they muted or are you muting it? What are you
I
doing?
think they're still muted.
Okay. Well,
I
unmute
can't
it so we.
myself, but give me a second.
You should be able to unmute at the bottom.
Yeah, no, that unmute at the bottom is locked.
Okay, they may be muted right now.
Yeah, they're muted at this point because I'm not seeing anything in the output.
That's fine.
I'm not seeing the audio in the output.
That's fine, Croc. Yeah, me and John, they are. Good morning, Jerry. How was your evening? Hope you slept well.
Okay, yes. It is
Okay.
actually so.
Then close that. Yes, please like, subscribe, share. The Croco will be putting all of the YouTubey things, and my mods will be popping in with the YouTubey things. Croc, did you get a chance to give mod permissions to Nee?
To who?
Nee, Knight of Nee.
I think he's. I do believe he's on the list. Let me just check.
Okay.
He's been on the list for a while now.
Okay, that's fine. Nee was on Twitter talking to me, and I told him I was fairly sure.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, we have audio.
Okay, perfect.
They just don't want all the background talking caught on. Let me see. Yes, Night of Nia is already on the list.
Yeah, Night of Nee will be in intermittently, I think.
Because that will be fun.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Here we go, everybody.
Jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the day, as we will every day from here on out, with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right, yesterday we finished the day with the opening statements of both the prosecution and the defense. At this point in time, the prosecution will be calling their witnesses. Mr. Allen, call your first witness, please. Mr. Stauch, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
So this is going to be Gannon's father. Muting the keyboardy noises, Croc. You can unmute when you're done typing.
That's STA.
Wait, I can't mute you. Never mind. It'll mute your audio.
Yes, it will. I will do my best not to go too nuts.
You may.
That's my boy.
Defense? Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Go ahead. I can't see it. Okay. We need to take it down, though, if it's all right.
We're going to have you have the jury a little bit about your son. How old was he when you lost him?
He's 11. September 29th, 2008. No, he was 4 months early. 1 pound and 6 ounces.
Yikes. Our prosecutor's microphone is.
Landon.
We may get an influx. I was being rude on
Landon
another
Bullard.
channel just now.
Were you married with Landon when Galen was born?
I was, yes.
Do you have a little sister?
Yes. Lena.
Straight from the jury, how big Galen was?
Yeah, so as I said, he was born on September 29th, and it was about a month after that. I think it was October 20th. I got to hold him for the first time, and that's how big he was right there. And the last time I ever got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well. 6 months after he died.
That's supposed to be a witness view, I think.
Is he in the hospital for a short time?
Yeah, I believe we brought him home in January, if I remember correctly, towards the end of January or sometime in January of 2009. So about 3.5 months in the hospital. Yeah, early on he had a lot of lung issues. Actually, while he was in the hospital, he had quite a number of surgeries. Hernia, he had some, like I said, I think his lung collapsed one time, so he had a chest tube. Also was on a feeding tube, and a lot of things that go along with being a preemie. After that, he did take a while to overcome his lung issues. He had pneumonia and RSV, I think, at the same time at one point. Couple,
Yes,
I mean,
J-Lo.
the two long-lasting things he had from it. He just had some stomach issues. We had trouble going to the bathroom, and then he did have ADHD.
Was he sort of lag in size to kids similarly?
Not really. I mean, other than at his birth, obviously he was very, very small, 1 pound 6 ounces. But once he caught up, I think we held him back a grade or a year just to allow that and then to catch up a little bit in size. But no, you couldn't tell any difference with the fifth graders the year he died. So,
Where was he?
South Carolina, Florence, South Carolina.
When did you all-
I moved to Colorado in February of 2019. My Tisha and the kids had come a month earlier. I was stationed in Alaska prior to that. So,
What did anyone like to do?
oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So
That law and crime just brought it up.
yes, sir.
We may have to swap over.
Well, no, because they were not doing it. Croc, you can apparently remove this bottom one and make it big, so it only shows up to.
I can do what?
Click the layout, and you should be able to
Yes,
hide participants without video.
that's a picture of Lena.
Up to.
There you go.
There we
Yes,
go.
sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
That's not going to help
If that's-
prosecution
Crime
audio.
exhibit number 2 will be admitted.
No, but
Oops. There you
Where was that fellow taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So,
2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old. She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with each other. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. He tried to come out at 22.
Croc, can you mute your mic?
But it was
And not the
actually
thing.
34 weeks.
You should be able to mute yourself, but not the stream. No, didn't work. Croc, we lost the audio again.
So
I have a
that
hardware
sums it up
mute
for me
over
right
here.
there. But yeah, he loved
I'm
his
using
sister.
that at
And,
the moment.
Right, but Croc, it's muting all audio.
him if he
Oh yeah.
let her walk
No,
home
but
alone. And it was 3 houses away, so that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together,
how long were you?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years. Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think, somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe. January of 2014 is when I met her and went out there and started to get to know her.
this is not intended to embarrass anybody, but what is their name to the blanket?
Yes, sir. We were separated, and with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways, and that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have
She did, partly.
you not minded to people who do it in the group?
Sure is. Yes, sir. Looks like I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir. I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was. Somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would go ahead. I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina, so she went back for the graduation.
And you began your relationship with
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
when did you and your friend
January 2015. Yes, sir. T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status. Typically, yeah, 1 week in a month, and then a summer duty. I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sure.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed. 2017. Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there. I had my 2 children with me, Lane and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else. Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated
Yeah,
time in the house.
Gannon's got a
Kids
little
could be
sister.
as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the
It's not a
majority
little
time,
sister.
but we were both
She's
in the same
older.
local area, so we
That's what he
both
said earlier.
had, sharing that
I know
time.
I know Letecia has an older daughter.
And the kids stayed there with her, and that was the initial agreement. Landon, I'm sorry, yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement. Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska. Yes, sir.
So you have custody of them before you actually got to Alaska.
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
When did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019. I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here at the beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant. Yeah.
You may.
So you supposed to mark this keeper's exhibit before you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address indicated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is there a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
We're gonna move for admission of keeper's exhibit.
Mr. Trelini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Take back the label for the 6627 Indian Drive.
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February.
So February 29th.
Debbie, unfortunately, that's because they're not standing near a mic. That is not something anyone can fix until he stands with the mic.
I'm inclined to agree, intellectual iconoclasm.
It's already, but is that?
Yes, sir.
Lavalier mics, do you speak them?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a daily description of that house. Was it a 2-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor to basement. It was.
You also used it to
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
without the
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room. Yes, I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure you see that. On the main floor.
Was there a level like that?
Negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor of that basement.
Yeah, basement, yes, sir.
Who else had it?
Initially, it was Gannon when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
How many bedrooms, other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then 2.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen,
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, the laundry room. So
And what about downstairs?
downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the I called the closet, but the boiler room or whatever, and then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the living room area in the basement, and then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Which one of them is Harley?
Units 5 through 12. I'll just give you a heads up.
Do you know which one Harley is? Is she the older child?
Let me double check.
Okay. Just different viewpoints of the house. You want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I wanted to
Okay.
picture that as 667 years old, right?
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So, you know, is it 5? Is that the front of the house?
Yeah, there would be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door. Yes.
You will do this.
That's as soon as you come in the front door. There's the coat closet to the left, and then a view of the living room.
Harley is 17 years old.
You're walking
Okay.
into the house.
And
farther, you
Letecia
see the
Stauch's
couch in the
daughter.
living room and the kitchen to
Right.
the right.
That's what I
as
was
well as
thinking.
the
Like I
sliding
said,
patio door. You can
it's
see what's
her
behind the
daughter, and she's 17 at the time.
curtain. Same thing. It's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom. As soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Those all here, make sure that the negotiation with this area that we're coming in.
Yes, sir.
And we'll keep this private. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So, it's the front, area that we're
It is.
looking on to unit 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended puncture.
No.
Yeah, it's right here, other side.
Other side? Oh, yes. Okay.
You can walk to, you can just turn around and this. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us, that the furthest you're from the computer.
Okay.
What are we looking for?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I use as my closet, actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yeah, and that would be Harley right
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
there. Same thing. Here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And
It might
here's the
be
stairwell
better if
going
we could
down.
actually see what they're
Referenced
looking
in the
at.
first picture.
They're not putting it up as of right now.
This is the entryway into the
Yeah, I know.
laundry room, and this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So it's sort of around that corner there.
Yeah, you have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom door is behind us, and this would have been a window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
If you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom, and then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here. And then
Unfortunately, I
into
can't do the
that door
captioning
would be
directly. I'd
into the
have to
garage.
be transferring to YouTube in another stream.
Hold
to
on
do-
1 minute. I'm working on it.
Whose
Okay.
car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belongs to Carly.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I could claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
So that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was just my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, I actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that, but it's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting on it.
Okay. So you would make some furniture
Yeah, so
and then also cutting boards.
cutting boards and stuff like that.
Okay.
Wanna
Loki, can
have
we
you
switch
take a look
feeds
in
for a
that
little bit?
binder again. It should be the next exhibit number 3.
Hold on.
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to
Flip to 34. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You want to move for admission and permission to publish People's 34?
Mr. Twain,
No objection.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the 2 screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for gaming.
Okay, I was bringing a blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that. So Mario got
Assault hands. I see how you are, Ardo.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container. It was gray. Built that out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB. What does that mean?
OSB it's like plywood, different types of plywood. It's
Okay.
a generic term.
Okay.
Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31. Okay. And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through.
31.
Thank you.
Okay, our prosecutor is kind of deadpan here. What do we do? What are we doing?
Hold on.
Sure.
Stop at 31.
And I
you
want to
said?
have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31. Okay. And then just flip through all of those. Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Main Dam Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Aircraft.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
Hang on.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Don't want to give it up just yet, so let me just grab that here.
That's fine.
Okay.
Stop at 31, you said?
Dad?
Hold on.
Are
Mute
those
yourself,
basically
hold on.
just more photos of the 6627 Main Dam Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Third couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20,
I'm sorry.
and
Yeah.
21. I think there's going to be there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Okay, we should do that for right. Well, we're working on it in the background.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, this carpet, this is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa,
Mm,
that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dogs, was over
Yes,
here.
Debbie.
And then, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it?
Well, I
typical
can't
that
actually
y'all would
tell.
spend time as a family in this?
Letecia should be actually in her jumpsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So,
With the kids.
Oh, we
spend time
can't get a
together
good
on
look
them?
at
oh
her.
yeah, a lot, because again,
Not right
you can see
now,
his,
and,
Nintendo Switch right
she-
here, that
but
was
she
his
does
pride and
have
joy.
dark hair.
And we also had a PlayStation, and they
So
would
that
watch
should be
movies
her
and
because she's
all the
supposed
gaming
to
and
be in the
stuff
courtroom
typically
during this period.
place downstairs.
Right,
Just to the
but
right of
it's
that
my
photo,
understanding she's wearing her
is there a hallway that went
orange
back to the back bedroom?
jumpsuit. So
Yeah,
It's
you
hard
can-
to see.
You can kind of see a little.
That
may be
why
right here. That's the
by this
corner
camera
that
angle,
goes
it shows them.
into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
And we're describing the house.
And then People's Exhibit
detail.
16.
Do we know why?
as of now, they are not
Yeah, so this
showing
would have
the.
been the couch we
father.
just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually have to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night. So I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And then it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA. And I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No,
How
sir.
old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. And that was, so she was 17,
How old was
approaching
Ga-
18,
How old was Gannon
11.
and Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I
Right.
was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some
Okay.
time.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
Confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17.
I feel so bad for
What are
him.
we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area, and this is what I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you'd have this, behind this wall, there's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18? Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah, now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21? So Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Debbie, I am sure
What are
they're
we
going to
looking at there?
call Harley to the stand, given the
So we've taken probably
the
2 or 3 steps into
circumstances
Gannon's
in
room
this
now,
case.
because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed, and as I mentioned before, you can see the remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys, and then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room. As we're looking at it to the right, this was a storm well or whatever. Remember, we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
I know some of the
That was a
evidence
common
they collected actually
experience
involved her
of
talking.
Was
to
his
the
bed
floor.
always sort of
I'm guessing they
backed
had
up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the,
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but
People's Exhibit 23? Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do the? All right, yeah, be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
so now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called as when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her, because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So
Okay. And then Peoples 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
Peoples 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then Peoples 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically it was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home by the street lights. So we just implemented that, and he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so that I believe it was the 27th.
27th?
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
No, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues, and then sometime in the evening you learn that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home. And that all comes from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew, he would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into
Nope,
that?
not right now.
All right. There was that, and so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically, you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the number, so I just called that.
Probably,
This is happening.
Sandy.
Okay. I also
We'd
called
have to
Landon
look.
and some of her family as well to try to notify them. Hey,
I'll do
Let
that
me
right
look.
now.
I've got it.
I'll
When
take-
did you
I got it.
actually then fly out of,
Okay.
I think you
You
said
can do it.
Oklahoma City?
Yeah,
can do it,
so
that's
one of
fine.
my battle
All right.
buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs I don't remember, to be
Okay.
honest, but I know I got
Yes,
back.
Sandy, that would be Tinker Air Force Base there.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
Let's talk about that just a little bit. She
Well,
have
it's
her
the
own
only
vehicle?
Air Force Base.
Okay,
that time.
Croc.
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my.
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive
Oh, does she have one?
at that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen T1,
Okay. What color was it?
black.
Okay. What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, and a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, can't get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I'm sure, I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
Did she actually then come out to Colorado?
she did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for nights.
Probably
I don't
not.
remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627 Manhattan
Okay.
Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point, then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her, the defendant caused her to move out, yes.
I'm gonna object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
He did, absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week,
Okay.
I don't remember exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay. And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
"26 hasn't been admitted yet."
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep. I'm
That's a
sorry.
good question. I don't know either.
Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
Hold on one
There's still
second.
some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell, but
It's hard to tell. I mean, that, you want me to be specific here? I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more
Croc,
about the things
please
hanging.
mute.
It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because it had that little crease in it. And I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
Yes, so that would have been my sweater. I don't know what shirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so
La-
looks like,
Landon
you
is
said the
Gannon's
defendant came in
mother.
there and moved all those things out.
Okay.
Did you
It
didn't help her
is.
at all?
No, sir, there were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29.
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley.
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's
Those are
belongings?
Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now, Judge. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did, yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir, it was like the kid's phone, yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T,
And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay. So 843 area code.
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And then the last four, 6724.
6724,
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, do you know who the cell phone provider
It
was?
was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then, what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
How are you worried about mileage when your kid's
A little
missing
small.
that
I
you're
don't
going to
remember.
lease
I think
something
maybe a
else?
Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little
You're gonna rent something else.
sedan,
That
color
would
was it?
just be more
Blue, silver?
expensive.
Was it white maybe?
maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
you're not
because
going to
we just
worry about
parked it in the
mileage on
driveway
a
and drove my
lease.
truck around, so
No, I
it
would.
made totally no sense.
So let's
You
talk
don't
about.
care about
yeah, did
mileage
you
on a
actually own the
lease
pickup at
when
that time?
your
I did.
kid's missing.
Not a lease issue.
No, it was.
Yeah, you
I
pretty
was
much don't
paying
care
a
about
note off, but I
any-
mean, I owned it. It was my
Okay.
name.
Kid missing bad.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car you drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, so, because I asked, it brings back the memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
So many
Not.
red flags.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her, or any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
Like I said last night, they're going to have an easier time with a break than they would with DID.
How
There are
was,
too many.
I guess who would discipline the kids? And then when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones. So Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce, so yeah,
This
it was
is
fresh, it was
heartbreaking.
new.
That little
Had a
boy
good
loved
time.
her.
You know, I didn't have custody of the kids at that point, so
As a
we were more
mom,
free and things we could
this
do.
is heartbreaking.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her,
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house. It was I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what
Something
year?
like that. 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation, with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I'd already
took
be
my
in
commission
jail if
June
I was the
9th,
dad.
2016.
Did you change your
There's
duty
no amount of
assignment
police
roughly around
protection that
same
would have been
time?
able to protect
Yeah, I was
her
in
from
National
me.
Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned,
Yeah,
I was
well,
enlisted.
I'd say the same thing, but
made
the
it up
kids
to
need
some
him more,
first class
or
E7.
need him more than.
And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the
Crap, look
reserve
at the
status
private.
for about
I see it.
8 months, 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay,
Patty,
so what I'm
check your
asking is,
Discord in a
did you
second.
have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
All right, let me
I
get on
didn't
that. here
move
real
there.
quick.
I had as soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders, and so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so, but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to
The
visit?
defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
Don't forget to like, comment, and
When did you actually get
subscribe.
transferred up to Alaska?
Share with everybody. Whether
Yeah,
you know
so
it or not.
I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months
And
here. and then
hello,
took the trip
Mayor
with the kids up to
McNone.
Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard.
Okay.
Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yes. When did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument
Yes,
in
sir.
2017?
In 20.
JLo, they were trying for NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. And I do not believe death penalty is on the table. I would
I can't
have
ask you leading
to
questions, so I
check.
gotta ask an open-ended question.
Yeah,
I don't think it
yes,
is.
I think we did get into an argument.
I
It'd
believe-
be a lot bigger
about
news if it were.
me taking the job in Alaska.
Right,
was,
and I believe they did
a
not
point of contention for sure.
advise
Did she
that
tell
they
you
were
whether she
going
was
to
supportive of you
seek
taking
it,
that job in
or if they
Alaska?
did, it was
I don't remember
abolished right
specifically
around.
if
I
she
would have
said
to look.
supported, but all indications were no.
Was that the
But
sort of the source of the fight?
like, subscribe,
I would say
share.
yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time
We're,
period.
we're a loving,
Were
fun
you all
place
living
to be.
together at that particular time?
Yes,
When this fight occurred?
yes, sir. In the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever. Just said, I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication in those. I didn't talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple days after I got here, I think. So, yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while, but she did come and then stayed for a week or two 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town,
TX
but
Mama
that she was
Bear.
enrolled there.
It
And
is
then-
my understanding that she is.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort
She
Greely's
several
base is
times has
located, is Delta
commented that
Junction.
her meds make her
So
tired.
did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. Those have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but
Did the defendant ever tell you? Did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
she actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So
Give Alaska back
yeah,
to Russia?
just give it to them
Okay.
because it's so bad up there.
That seems a little extreme. Creed, this is the
defendant use
father, but he
manipulation
is not the
on you in
star
your
witness
relationship?
by
Absolutely.
any means. The daughter
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
is more so.
In this time period that we're talking about where you were in
Yeah, Creed, he
Alaska,
wasn't even there.
and she's
The
telling you that
daughter
she hated
uh,
it.
Traveled
Did she
with the
manipulate
mom.
that situation to try to get you to
So
leave
that's
that?
going to be the star
duty
witness
station.
in that regard.
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
By the that's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Council approach, please.
And now the audio is going to get killed. Oh.
What happened with the audio?
Oh, they're having a conference.
So here's oh, my other earbud. So here's the thing. I know for a while she was medicated because in several of her hearings she complains about the meds making her tired and things. I do know they just had another competency hearing. So if I think of it medically as a medical health professional, I wouldn't be surprised if she stopped taking the meds for that evaluation to make her seem incompetent or more unstable than she is. But Creed, unfortunately, the other reason is they can't have mom or dad be last. They can have the biological mom be last, and they could have other people like the daughter go last. The issue is they need him for foundation for evidence to be able to come in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break
Hi,
until
Sassy.
about 10:40.
Hey, Sassy.
Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in.
Okay. So we'll do this for the 10 minutes while we talk. They cannot get a lot of that evidence in without foundation. So the car, where it was, the fact that she rented a car, you have to lay foundation to be able to bring a lot of the evidence in at trial. So to a degree, they can't. And Creed, they can bring him to the stand. Hold on.
At the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment.
That's right.
Against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay? All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station,
He can go ahead.
Leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events, or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated, and leave it at that. I don't think he can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one, basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, and I'm making the record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020, must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B.
Yeah, this argument's
so
going to
that
go on for a while.
That influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant.
Yeah, we'll
and admissible
discuss
through
it in
that
a
expert.
second.
I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here.
Actually, it don't
because
really
whether or not
matter
you
if we
felt
talk over it a
manipulated or
little
not
bit.
has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about
So
propensity,
here's the
unless we're
thing,
talking about
guys.
other
They
motive,
can have
other
him
type
come
of
to the
stuff that we
stand
need
and
to be endorsed
testify
under
to lay
404B.
foundation for some of this
Mr. Allen.
stuff,
Judge, they
and
have
then they
put the
can
defendant's
pull him
mental
off the
condition
stand.
into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness
They
specifically
can pull
spent
him
a
off
lot
the
of time with this
stand,
defendant over many years.
bring people back in, and then they
case
can
law
bring
is
him
clear
back.
that he
They
can
don't
comment on
have to
whether she was
do
sane or not, and if she
all
was
of his
having any
testimony
mental
in
health
one
issues,
shot.
which I do intend to get
They
into.
can bring him up, use him to lay
There is
foundation, bring
evidence,
him
as
down,
we know from
bring
earlier
the
hearing,
cops, other
that the
people
defendant
in,
attempted to manipulate this investigation, and we're going
you
to have
know,
evidence from different
bring
people on that
them down, and then
point
bring
as well.
the dad back to
And
the stand.
that's sort of the
It's
track
not
record
like
of
you have
this
to do it in
particular
one
defendant. That's not
shot.
a bad act. That's mental
That is a
condition
thing.
evidence that they have put in play by claiming NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read I have read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in I think this was fall of 2018, would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand.
True.
So I understand that you disagree, but I think that I do think that's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stauch will not be permitted to say whether or not
So
he
Texas
believed
Mama
that those
Bear, she
allegations
just
were
had
false
another
or not.
evaluation with someone that said
And he
that
can
she's
testify as to
got
how
issues.
what happened, how he
So
reacted to it.
she's
And we're
medicated.
dealing
I
with a
doubt she's
relationship
going to
between the
take the
people.
stand. They
You know,
may
it has
have
a lot to do
unmedicated
with
her
his
for the
mental state,
evaluation.
Mr. Stauch's mental state at the
Um,
time that the
but you don't
investigation was going
know.
on, based on his
And
history with the defendant.
we're not
It
exactly
also
sure at
has
this
something
point
to do with
what
the way that the defendant may
she's
have
being
acted,
medicated with.
at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right. All right, with that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stauch needs a break, we need to do that now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right.
Okay, so court's in recess for a few. I'll watch till they come back. So here's the thing. They may have unmedicated her for the purpose of the fifth competency hearing and all of this silliness. But I'm guessing she may be medicated, since they said she's not going to take, I doubt she'll take the stand. You don't need to get all of your testimony in from him at once. So they can bring him up and then take him back down. And then bring him up, take him down, all of that.
Yeah, as long as they lay the foundation for him,
right.
they can bring
And they need to lay foundation for the evidence, like they're saying, to bring her in, to be able to ask the experts these questions. So the dad does have to be there. And Creed, you can't ask the cops some of the stuff, because initially there's a big gap between things that happened and her leaving before police are even involved or accusations are made. And you need a foundation to be able to show those things. So they may be bringing the dad in. They're going to lay the minimum foundation. They're going to ask just what they need. Yeah, I already answered that, Croc. Just what they need. And then they're going to take him down, bring the cops, bring other people, and then they'll bring him back for some of the more emotional stuff. But the rules of criminal, of procedure are very technical. You were saying, Croc?
And not to mention maze-like.
They're maze-like, they are complicated, and especially when you're looking at psychiatric and psychological defenses.
Oh,
And
Mayor
it
Big
only
Mom, I
s-
agree with Sassy too, but
Right.
I agree with Mama Bear too. I
And-
wouldn't want her medicated right now if I was the defense. However, she could be under court order to compel her to take her meds.
They cannot. So here's the thing, like I have said, we do not yet know what is in the mental health stuff because it's sealed. Based off of my medical licensing and my knowledge, I am going to guess they have her medicated for bipolar or schizophrenia based off of the side effects she was complaining about. But that's all I'm basing that off of. If I look at like the 5-factor model you use when you diagnose behavioral health, looking at the 5-factor models and where certain classes of medications fall and indicative characteristics that you have. Crack, please mute yourself. It's really loud. That's going to be the problem. So I think it's a situation where we're going to find out about antipsychotics and some of the other meds. But later, we don't know exactly what. And even if you want her medicated if you're the defense right now, because you don't want her acting out. If she's not going to take the stand, you want her to sit there and shut up.
Yeah, because she almost completely lacks affect right now.
You want her to sit there and shut up and just appear blank. Especially with the DID. No.
Yeah, not now. We don't have time anyway.
Please look at the private chat.
Wait.
But sorry, guys, I had to answer that. And the lovely Patty is stuck on a call. Did she have mental issues, Debbie? We don't know, but it appears that she did. So, like I said, the problem is, in Texas Mama Bear, antipsychotics cover some of the things she was complaining about, that, if she takes her meds, they make her tired. Some of her meds make her sleepy at weird times. Like, there are things she said as a medical professional that I'm like, yeah, that sounds like an antipsychotic or a mood stabilizer or whatever. But JMK, I don't know if you were here, but I will address that right now really quick. CCW for regulars of the channel, Papa, the rabbi. I'm going to preface this statement. What I am saying has been okayed by him. What I am saying is not about H and J or their sister, the three amigas. Several days ago, his grandson was killed in a car accident in Lafayette, Louisiana. His grandson was 17 years old and the passenger in a car, and was tragically killed in an accident. He did call me, and I was able to speak to him. Any PayPal donations that I get, any Venmo things I get, any of that I have gotten in the past several days when I made this announcement originally, are all being used to go to flowers and a donation. I treat the channel as a community and a family, and the majority of the financial support that the channel gets, I use for the channel. I either use it for things you guys want me to review, equipment like my studio that's being set up, flowers, donations on the channel's behalf for things like CCW, and for the beasties. So we have taken money that has gone to the channel PayPal before and put it towards plane tickets to get longtime Lair members assistance getting to a family funeral. I don't use it to pay my personal bills. I have a big kid job. So we use it and treat it kind of as a communal thing. So money for reviews of products, paying for access to documents that are charging immense amounts for the documents because they're not free, things like that. It's either channel or to members. I do not use it for my own. This has never been, and I don't have an intent at this current time of this being my career. So that's what I use everything I get via PayPal and Venmo for. Even if you cannot financially donate, right? And I know many of you are in that position. And I do not ever want anyone to donate if they can't financially do so, or it causes them hardship. That goes against what we stand for on this channel. everybody's name still goes on the cards. Either long-term subscribers who interact with them all the time by name, or messages I get like, hey, please make sure you explicitly put this comment on it. Or, from all of the beasties from the lair. It all goes on the cards and when I sign donations. So just the community. It liking, subscribing, sharing, getting this channel to 1,000 people so I can monetize it and we can make more money and gain reach. It has nothing to do with me. We're trying to hit that milestone for the greater good of things. And yeah, created. It's all in the fine print. So that's what I use the money for. I have a separate Loki thing for the channel, and that's what we use it for. Yes, CCW is a man. He's an older man. He is blind and paralyzed. H and J are the girls. Hey, Sassy. Thank you. H and J and the other little one are his 3 amigas. They are his 3 great nieces and granddaughters. And they live with him because of where their parents work and not their parents being in and out of the country. He has a full-time caretaking staff. But that's why you very rarely, if ever, will hear him. You will hear him. Up or back.
People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the
In
courtroom.
about 10
When we
minutes,
took our
I'm going
break,
to have
we
to
were in the
step away
midst
for a
of the
moment to handle
examination of Mr.
something.
Stauch. That's
But
where we
Croc will be
resume.
here
Mr.
to
Stauch, I
handle.
remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you in your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve a Corporal Jenkins and a Lieutenant Colonel Ortega?
Captain Jenkins and yes. Lieutenant
Captain
Colonel.
Jenkins.
Yes,
Okay. Again, I don't know these National Guard ranks.
it's Army.
Army?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Army.
Again, I don't know that either. I had asked you before whether she was happy being assigned, having you all living up in Alaska, and I think you said no.
Absolutely not, yes.
Did this claim of sexual harassment, not asking you whether it was true or not, but did that lead to you eventually leaving Alaska and coming to Colorado?
Yes, sir, it did.
Were there 2 specific things that you witnessed that were sort of at the heart of these sexual harassment claims?
Yes, sir.
Did one of those involve Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Was that a time when you were at some establishment and there was some drinking involved?
Yeah, me and the defendant showed up for dinner and the other person was already there and had been drinking. Yes, sir.
The other person being Captain
Captain
Jenkins?
Jenkins, yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation, yes, sir, a comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said,
Yes, sir.
okay? And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that
So
you witnessed.
I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left, didn't stop and, communicate with me, just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay, and so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was I don't know, I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state. So
Okay.
Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
And did that eventually lead to you transferring from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. You can ask him how he felt
Sure.
about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Or will disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she didn't. No, sir.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. She brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Elena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids,
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
That included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Sustained. You can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can. I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something. And it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out and the bed was kind of pushed, the mattress was pushed off the box spring. Just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, one of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in the, I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes,
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized. Have you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging and eventually I found out that most of the stories she had told was just not accurate. And then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
Well, counseling.
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about?
Yeah,
getting
Debbie, I agree.
that
This is
you
attention-seeking
wanted to get
behavior.
Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah,
She's
that was
trying
those
to-
two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you.
Would if
as
I
to
could,
things
guys.
that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and he both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and her.
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so, once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
You say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the 3 children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January
January.
of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of Southern Florida.
Did you need a
Somewhere with
passport for
kids?
that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for,
What are you
remembrance.
thinking,
I don't
Patty?
remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
that's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did. Yes, sir.
When
There's
you
a lot of stuff
you said
going
you
on.
went to Canada?
Yeah, there
Did you
it
get
is a lot.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been, because we went to a resort in Mexico, so
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
she did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 in French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she
Well,
told.
let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Mhm.
Let's see it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not,
Did she tell you that?
absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding
Yes,
that.
she was
I don't
a
know
school
specifics,
teacher.
but
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
Yes, the defendant, yes, sir.
I've
Did
seen
you ever
teachers
go
like
to
that.
French Elementary School?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit?
Just you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did
sir.
you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did
No,
that
they don't really.
lead to her
Patty.
manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
On the flip side, principal's got a different sort of education.
Well, yeah.
Allow it over
School administration's different from
In
teaching.
my mind, it did, in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she, okay, so let's ask, I'm going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had just talked
Okay.
about wanting to be a airline flight attendant. And so
I do not disagree with
what I
that,
understand,
Sandy,
she started
in
pursuing
any
that,
way, shape, or form.
late 2019.
We also don't know what
through the
her
Christmas holiday
at
and
what
into early
level she's
2020.
got.
Who was she
Her
pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
degree
Where's
is
Spirit Airlines out of, to your
well.
knowledge?
That may be
I know
true
she
too.
went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training, is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas 2019. And it was a short trip.
Yeah, Sassy. A lot of us are of that opinion. You should go back and look at the preview we
You
did.
mentioned earlier.
We read
when
we
were
read the
first
letter
talking
she sent to the
about,
judge directly.
the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week.
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
At the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom.
Mhm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes. Sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom.
Yes.
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom.
Yes.
There was the master bedroom.
Yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in?
I still don't. Not that
Okay.
specific visit.
Okay. How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
Uh-oh.
How was
They're
the
not gonna-
defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably should. It wasn't that long.
You mentioned going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff. Is that the last time you saw Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was, we were at the top of the stairs and I was getting ready to leave with mom and me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs and I just gave him a hug and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair and just told him I love you. And something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you know, you're always going to be in my heart and I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. Remember it like it was yesterday.
Sounds like a typical 11-year-old to me. I'm gonna go watch Pokemon. Or SpongeBob or whatever. Sounds to me like he was doing okay.
We got into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Aaron, may I approach?
Yeah, I remember. Oh,
You
sorry.
recognize this?
Absolutely. That's their phone.
What is this?
That's Gannon and Elena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
Okay. May I move for admission of People's 228?
No objection.
Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur? You okay?
Yes.
Is there Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018 spring. It was right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
You remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
When they approached?
Yeah, this is the father testifying right now.
15, if you need to take it out of the sleeve, you can do that.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is People's Exhibit 50?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stauch.
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content?
I
of
did.
this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
And I move for admission of People's 50.
Amy,
Your approach.
is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
Ellen?
Do you want me to say it from here? Yes.
All right.
It looks like, yeah, that's what's going on here. So anyway, yeah, this is dad testifying and things going and things trying not to go all sideways. On the upside, he's doing pretty well as far as most things go. He's coming off nice and clean, but doesn't sound coached. And that started in 2022. I'm guessing that you're looking for a table. Sadly, Sassy, I can. Not quite in this.
You know, if they did all this stuff on the side, court cases would be so much shorter.
I know, right? Well, they're having the conversation, so. And apparently it's a conversation that needs to be had very much.
Mr. Allen?
Yep. So we'll come back to that.
We'd
in-
really
in
like
a
to know what the
moment.
conversation is.
Al.
Well, unfortunately, they're not allowed to. We're not allowed
We
to
know.
know because that was part of the order, too.
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you need to
Yeah.
refer to the witness by Mr. Stauch.
Okay.
And all of the asides have to be muted.
Yep. But still, inquiring minds want to know.
Yes. Inquiring minds always want to know, but it's very rare, actually, that we get to hear what goes on conversations between attorneys and judge and such. In other words, we're not supposed to know any more than the jury does.
Well, yeah.
I want to go back to what we were asking, or what I was asking you about earlier about the defendant telling you that Gannon had it out for her. Did she make a specific comment to you about Gannon and a knife?
Yes, sir.
To you?
Yes, sir.
What was that comment?
Something about he had
True
threatened her with
this.
the knife or came at her with a knife.
This would be better if we had.
Did you
a-
ever
if
see
we had
Gannon
an
threaten
angle that
anybody
faced-
with a knife?
If we had an angle that
Threats
faced the
ever
judge
out,
well.
Gannon, knife or no knife.
And was that right before you got Gannon?
yeah, there's
into
two
counseling in
cameras.
2019?
Yes, sir.
Well, technically, there's 3 cameras: one for the judge, one this view here, and one of the witness stand. We're not using the. Yeah, I think that was it. We heard a lot of that sort of thing in the Jensen trial, but we missed it in.
I want to ask you about specifically. I asked you
we
earlier
missed it.
about
We missed
trips
those
that you
repeatedly.
together. You also mentioned that the defendant was trying to get a job with Spirit Airlines.
Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel?
She loved to travel. Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel to Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go with her to Disney?
Yes, sir. In various configurations of family, I should say.
Did she ever take any other trips that you're aware of, either with you or without you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take cruises with her to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take any cruises to the Caribbean by herself that you knew about?
I don't know about by herself. I know with just Harley, I know she took a few.
Okay. What about to Australia?
Never heard of a trip to Australia. No, sir.
What about a trip to Bogota, Colombia?
Never heard of a trip to Bogota, Colombia either, sir.
What about Jamaica?
Don't know about Jamaica. Like I said, she went on trips to the Caribbean, so I can't attest to that.
You mentioned that cruise in Florida in, I think you said in January 2020 to celebrate your anniversary.
Sir.
That was just you and the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you take other cruises together?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a cruise in Southern California?
We left out of Southern California, went to Ensenada,
When was that roughly?
Mexico. While I was in Alaska, I don't remember exactly. So between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in the summer of 2019?
We did, yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a
Uh-oh.
trip to Mexico. When was that?
Sorry, folks. I'm not hearing. I'm not seeing very much. I'm seeing and hearing
Oklahoma
nothing.
for 6 months. So 2016,
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Huh.
Yes.
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
Yeah, there was one time I was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% a majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in a tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story from her mouth, sir. No.
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between you and the defendant as it relates to finances?
Yes, sir.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
A classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main thing she looked towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
See, that's never a good idea.
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about that storage room. Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah, there was like a reddish orange one. They had some flowery, I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one, actually. There was a few smaller, like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where did the large green one come from?
I believe that, well, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her Aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
Where, and was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
I want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
There's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
Under a bridge?
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room.
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's Exhibit 48.
I'm not sure who actually started that.
And they republished it.
All
I'll show
right.
you. What do you remember about that suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know. I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So.
Okay.
So apparently that suitcase was not purchased for this for this with this intent.
Right.
It just happened to arrive.
All right, may I approach?
You may.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit number 33. Obviously a disc. Do you recognize this disc?
I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this disc?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a video that you have seen?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move for admission of People's Exhibit 33.
Defense. Exhibit 33 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission of publisher.
You may.
We need the screen, Judge.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that I can see. Okay.
Okay, since it looks like we've got a second here before they go completely silly.
Just a minute.
Well, maybe 6. I don't know.
2, I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, I know. Did you?
Ardo, you're so smart.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh.
Because yes, let me.
Gannon, I promise it's the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, great. So, listen. We're, all right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So, we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay, shh. Listen. So tomorrow,
Oh, Patty.
Council approach.
Yes.
please.
Aw, that's so sweet, Debbie. Please tell me I wasn't throwing anything at anybody. Debbie, you need to let me know when Opal Dragon starts appearing in your dreams, because that's when they get really interesting.
It's a pearly white dragon. And now they're on approach because apparently there's some sort of an objection here. We're gonna make sure we don't get kicked out of the house. Well, duh, that's a thing. Okay, so where are we at here? No, that was, I think that was actually the defendant. I think it's Let's Sail with Captain Morgan.
At least we're not, having earworms at Jimmy Buffett songs.
Ugh, don't get me started. Although
Would you rather have Baby Shark in your head?
That's been that was a thing quite some time ago. I got Frank Sinatra here a little bit. Tech Pina.
Oh, Thomas, we love you. You're so fun.
Yes, he started it, folks. It wouldn't necessarily, JMK wouldn't necessarily be an 11-year-old's responsibility, although they seem to like to take responsibility at that point. I don't know if that. I don't think that was Jimmy Buffett. Another pina colada. I don't think that's Jimmy Buffett. But yeah,
Letecia, excuse me, the defendant.
And then the other voice that you hear towards the end, whose voice is that?
Those are the last words I ever heard Gannon speak.
I want to have you jump back into that binder, Mr. Stauch, and look at People's Exhibits 19 and 20. Ones I mistakenly tried to admit without any foundation earlier.
Okay.
You recognize those?
19 and 20, yes, sir.
Are those, what are they?
Those are two different angles, pictures of Gannon in his bed.
How have you seen those pictures before?
I have, yes, sir.
When did you see them?
I don't want to mix it up. I know I've seen them in through various things, but one of these specifically, or at least one, if not both, the defendant sent to me that morning, which would have been Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so we're talking about January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And then you received those specifically from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What method did you receive them from?
Text message.
Text message. Are they fair and accurate copies of the photos that you received on January 27, 2020?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission and permission to publish 19 and 20.
Mr. Tellini, exhibits 19 and 20 will be admitted.
So I think we have People's Exhibit 19 up on the screen now. Tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 19.
So once again, that's Gannon in his bed. I referenced the TV off to the left. You can see it here, a TV in his dresser. The table we discussed earlier, and then once again, there's Gannon in his bed.
Is that typically the way Gannon would sleep in his bed with the blankets just piled on top like that?
No, sir. There was a couple things I noticed that were different. There seemed to be a big, I don't know, pillow or bulge or something down here. I don't remember this red and green blanket actually being on his bed. We've discussed that. I don't remember that.
Okay.
I can't say 100% that it wasn't ever, but.
And then People's 20? This basically just another depiction of that same scene?
Yeah, it appears to be. I think it's different though, because is it okay if I show differences?
Let me ask you this: what is there a difference between the two photos based on your observations?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are those differences?
If you look at where his hand is here, and if you look, if we can go back to the other one, his hands are in a totally different position. See how his hands were crossed right here. The blanket's kind of pulled back a little bit. And then a huge thing to me was his bed was almost never pulled away from the wall like this. And we discussed that in a previous photo, that his bed was almost always pushed up against the wall.
And then that the bulge that you referenced in the other photo in People's 19.
Thing is right here, yeah, right there.
And then 20.
Right here. You notice that difference as well.
And do you even recognize that particular blanket, or was you recognize it, but you don't think it was typically on Gannon's bed?
Yeah, that blanket is one that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
It was not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay. You can take that down for now. I want to jump back, Mr. Stauch, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018. And I previously showed you People's Exhibit number 50, which was that disc. I think I might have left it up here. Let me check, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's time I move for admission of People's. Request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini,
Subject to prior objection.
objections?
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, all right. The objection is overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
That's Gannon.
Go ahead and play it.
Guys, where are you at? In Hawaii, go.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not hearing a lot of this. So.
When you got back from Oklahoma, Mr. Stauch, did you participate in searches for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th, left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And
So let me ask you specifically. You don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
in the moment I didn't. No.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in, well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store, and so I could confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father that, or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon.
It just was not Gannon, no, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well, I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart in Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart in Fountain, just maybe he's in the video game section or GameStop or something. Thinking of places he would be, and then it occurred to me, or I remembered that the defendant had said her car was at French Elementary School, and so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to look for her vehicle.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there.
Absolutely not. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car actually was?
Never did. That was the only thing she ever told me, was that I left it at French Elementary School.
At some point, based on things that you're learning,
It's 12 o'clock somewhere. Yep.
Did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things we've discussed.
Yeah, we're actually getting to 12 o'clock
Some
now.
discrepancies in the pictures, the rent-a-car situation. I think I had already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors and surveillance from their house. He had never walked.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said to you, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape.
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay.
So back to.
So, well, I have
okay.
to ask a question.
Okay.
Who's sleeping? Oh, no.
So you were
She's
earlier
just-
describing.
She seems to be kind of
accumulation things that
out
led
of
you
it.
to
She's lacking
change
an
your
affect
opinion or your
problem.
mind
If she's
as to
on
what
her
actually
meds,
happened
then
with
it's
you.
probably a side effect thereof.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from. She knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day. Once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
Don't believe so. I don't think so.
Well, did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about being raped?
I'm not sure the date.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th.
Yes, sir.
just
Tuesdays,
now
yeah.
about you doing interviews at the sheriff's office. You said the next morning, so that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but he got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep
Yeah,
going on
the
that?
story apparently
specific-
I
changes
want you
several
to
times.
tell what she said in that particular story.
Right, and then she also said he had got burned, and that, and then she said that well, I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared, and it's okay. Well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever? Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay, so let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her, where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was two parts, and that's why I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes, and at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just
Okay.
to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors, I guess ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and it was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. And I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me. So
What I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stauch, I apologize, is did you see on any of the neighborhood video any strange men going into or out of your house
Sure.
when?
I think he just said he'd never watched any videos. This was just what the neighbors said.
That's not what he said.
No, he overruled. And re-asked the question.
Yep. Just so the record is very clear.
Okay.
Did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch
No.
any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck, but I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. What I'm asking is very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood surveillance video about the time that Gannon went missing?
I watched one, and that was him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay, so you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the.
I've seen nothing
Okay,
else.
all right, thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, being, I call it being questioned, but just kind of given a background history of our relation, mine and the defendant's relationship, and kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay, what do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction, and they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
Sorry,
Yeah,
from
I
the
was
black
there.
dog
The
out.
defendant was on the phone, and then
You're
there
funny,
was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm going to break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title, a specific title. Amber Cronin,
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing or Grusling.
Grusing?
With the FBI. I saw in passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others. I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that, but.
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognize her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Judge, what I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission now and then we can do that other process when we get back, or.
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
Because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission.
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch.
Which is starting here in about 15 minutes.
And probably just admit all of them at the same time.
Yep.
And then go from there.
And so for the record, Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59.
Okay.
Hey there, John.
What's
What's
may
going
go ahead.
on?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hello, John.
35. Obviously a disc again. Do you recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36. Do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this?
The
recording?
magic
Yes,
flaming
Is it
fennec
fair and
here in a minute and bring it
representation of that
back up.
Yes, sir.
People's
That's
37. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes.
Equals 38. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
40. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
So what are you thinking so far, John?
51. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
52. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
53. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
54, date and initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
55, are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Watching Trump. Yeah,
56, are your
that's the
initials
thing
on
that
this disc?
happens.
You listen to the
Have you
contents?
been Have you been looking into
Fair and
this from
accurate?
time
Yes,
to time?
57, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Did you listen to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tedious, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Uh, your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
You didn't identify that one.
Oh, I'm sorry, 58.
Thank you.
And then 59, initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of those exhibits, and I can reread them, or if you have them.
I have them, Mr. Tellini.
No.
All right, exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 will be admitted. Council approach, please.
No, he's well clear of the area. Trump Tower's in New York, I think. Well, he said, well, yeah, Trump Tower. There's a Trump Tower in New York. I don't think there's one in Florida.
I don't know where all the Trump towers are.
I think there's one in the
I
East
thought
Coast.
he had
one
the
on the
golf
West
course in
Coast.
Florida.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah,
I think you know
that's
where
at
this is going
Mar-a-Lago.
and what my conversation was about. We are going to take our lunch break a little bit early. We'll have you come back a little bit early too. And when we come back, we will be playing, it sounds like the telephone calls one after the other. So if I can have everyone back in the jury rooms at about 1:15 so that we can start at say 1:20. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not do any research about any aspect of this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone else either. Mr. Combs had relayed to me a question by a juror as to whether or not you can receive a transcript at the end of the trial. The answer to that is no. The transcript is for other purposes. No jury is ever provided with a transcript of the court proceedings as they are occurring. So you'll have to rely on your individual and collective
Yeah, it's hard
memory
though,
as well
although
as,
people are kind
any
of
notes that you
upset.
take, but you will not receive a transcript. So with
Oh,
that,
there is a Trump Tower there.
I think it's still a nice
Now,
day.
Thomas.
Not due tomorrow yet when it's not supposed to be. So if you want to take a walk around the
Yeah,
courthouse,
so
something
what's all
like
mad
that,
because he's not
that
going
would
to
be
get
a good
perp
thing to
walked.
do. Again, you
No
already know
handcuffs.
where all of the eating joints are
Thomas,
here in
Thomas,
Colorado
Thomas.
Springs. And we'll see you back at about 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Ooh, ow. Okay then, all rise for the jury. We don't have to stand, but they all should. All right, since we're doing that, I'm going to pay attention to it over here. But while lunch is going on,
While lunch is going on, what?
we are going. I'm going
Oh,
to.
you did have it queued up.
Duh.
That's our Rocco. He knows what we really want.
All right, folks, pile in. Anybody that
Come
wants
on,
to play,
guys. Jump in here.
come on down. So,
Don't make me have to play. Let me be on the sidelines this time because I'm told that I'm too good at this game.
click that link. And enter that room code.
The room code is ZPSN.
That's your time. That's a good half hour from now.
It's almost like it needs to be nap time, doesn't it, Croco?
It does seem like that, but no, we're going to be here all day.
Okay.
I
We
see.
got Sandy. We got Thomas. Oh, we got Nick. There's Debbie. Come on, everybody. Jump in here. There's a whole lot of people watching. We can definitely fill this without me and Croco being in there fighting for the quiplash. And Merrimack knows
on,
it works,
Merrimack.
so this is your chance to win.
Ooh, there you go. We still got 3 slots, guys.
You know, bragging rights are bragging rights. Doesn't matter who's in there.
It's going to be about an hour and a half or so, Sassy. Oh, there's John. I got
Oh,
just
John.
one space for Sassy and Mayor Ranch. Let's do it.
Yeah, John likes to win stuff. Don't you, John?
He might just. Come on. Just click the link up there. And here is your room code again.
Enter the room code Z.
Come on, guys, don't make me play. I don't want to play. I need to do something other than play today.
We have to have at least one more to get a full set.
They're gonna force me to play, aren't they?
I don't know.
Rick.
Find out.
If I play, I don't want to hear any whining that Patty beat us again. Okay, y'all asked for it. You're getting it.
Come on, Sassy. Your turn. Oh. Okay, next round. All right.
Oh, there's
Hey.
Mama Bear. Hi, Mama Bear.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's Quiplash 3. Funny versus clever. I'm your host, Schmitty, and you're now all my best friends. If you didn't make it in, get yourself into the audience. Enter the room code and vote.
Do tell, Debbie. I'll be right back.
Round 1 is on deck. I'm going to flash 2
Oh, he left me in charge. This could be fun.
Another player's
I'll be back in
Then
3
everyone will
minutes.
vote for the
Yeesh.
save, and one of you will get an ego boost. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
Yep, here we go, guys. We're gonna have some good questions. I can see it. Of course, my phone rings. Don't you love it?
Tick tock, time's almost up.
Good luck with that one, peoples. We are doing all the things. Come on, John. You're the last one in. It might just be lag time, but you know, up there he went. Time for fun.
Leading off. Okay, which one of you used the Xerox to make copies of blank?
Oh,
Now vote.
Eggplants? I guess it is daytime, so we're trying to be a little more publicly correct. Screw politically correct. That's a pain in the ass. I wonder I want to know why people put the Croco in there. Oh wait, pandering. It's a thing. We love Croco because see, it's me. Okay, who's up
Next we
next?
have the sticker you'd consider displaying. Ask me about my blank.
Oh, YouTube channel. It's Jay. Oh,
Time to pick the
I'm
one
getting.
you
Yeah,
want
I know which
best.
one I like. Ooh, John, you got Sandy. Gotcha.
Next, never
Hey,
trust a
look.
veterinarian who decorates their reading room with blank.
We have the Loki. Hi, Loki.
Hi, hi.
All right, choose your favorite.
We're on a lunch break for about an hour and 20 minutes. So Croco
Yeah.
got it started with me in charge.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no, I told the reason Crocker knew it was cool to pop up is
Croco
that's why I
infestations.
pulled
What?
well, that's why I pulled the stream down, so he would know it was cool to pop up.
Ah, gotcha.
So Croco would know I was cool with.
Ooh, Thomas just got hammered. Good job, Debbie.
Next is a bar for corrupt politicians. All right, people,
Ooh.
it's voting time.
I like that one. They made me play
John,
Loki.
that makes
We
two
need a
of us.
break.
John, that makes two of us.
Is the Gray Bar is a hotel?
Okay, just between us, which boy do you have a crush on?
None of the above.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Well, I sense a Nick.
You do?
Yes. Bingo.
Nope.
It was in the spelling.
All right, check this out.
Ah.
What the most popular kid from your high school is probably doing right now. And don't say hosting Quiplash.
Yes, I'm pandering. I admit it.
Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Most popular kid at my high school was he's having a grand old time.
Let's see how they handle 2 words that'll get a big laugh as a callback later in the game. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
I'm confused, Sandy. I'm confused.
Ah.
I missed something with Sandy. I'm confused.
I don't know.
Let's see the next one. A terrible sound option to have on a white noise machine. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, that was round 1.
So what's everyone having for lunch? Somebody inspire me.
I don't know. I've got some Black Forest ham over there.
My usual coffee.
Coffee is good, but I've had a little much
I
right
see
now.
round 2 in your
That's
future.
what all the
Your
yawning has
points
been
will
about.
be doubled and stakes will be higher.
This coffee will knock me out if I try too hard. Y pues a double. Too bad that first letter is an E. If the first letter on our room code is an E, that would have been hilarious. In my
Applesauce on a popsicle.
huh?
Debbie, that's not lunch. That's a snack. Oh, wait, I'm having coffee again. Never mind.
Yeah, but Debbie's tummy is being grumpy, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, Debbie's tummy is grumpy.
I'm still trying to finish my breakfast protein shake.
Let's start with what a cave woman said when she first created fire.
Ow!
Okay, make someone happy.
Sandy, nobody will hate you for your answers, trust me.
Yeah, we just want to laugh. We need a good laugh.
Sandy, come on, you're in Snark Patrol stuff. You know the Snark is strong.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? A headline you'd really like to see in tomorrow's newspaper.
Oh,
Well,
John.
points.
John was told to wake up.
John didn't answer. You can do a safety quip, dude.
The bathroom isn't dirty, but it has started growing blank. Here's
Ugh.
the fun part. Pick your favorite
Either
clip.
one of those is fun.
Yeah, I would have gone with catnip, but okay. Of course, the Stark is struck. Who are you talking about? My preteen
Next
is
one
about
up.
to turn into a teenager.
A surprising thing that does impress Shania Twain much. And now, pick your favorite.
Wait for it. In a debate with DoorDash. Wow. I have no idea who that is.
Let's keep it going. The most common dating faux pas among dragons.
Oh dear. Ah!
Half of winning this game is just showing up. Here's some points.
Oh, thank you, John.
Now, the worst thing a father could tell his son on his wedding day.
Oh no.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh. She's good in the sack, right? I'm gonna say, dude, best lay ever.
Oh, Sandy. Good one.
Oh. A super quiplash.
Sandy does have the snark today.
Oh yeah.
And here we have falling in love is not all puppies and unicorns. Sometimes it's blank. All right, let's go on with the test.
Oh, I know where I'd go with that. Too bad
Keep in
Opal
mind
isn't
this,
here.
this is Snark Patrolly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Opal's doing today. Oh, he's sharing their screen. I think he's probably playing I think he's probably playing anime over in the
That's
Discord.
how room he's in. Yikes! A second silver flash.
Job, dumbass.
Next on the docket, what is dark chocolate's dark secret?
Packed full of caffeine.
Time to pick the one you like best.
Oh!
Yeah, it's kind of gross, but
It's good if it's better if the sweet one.
Round 2 is no more, but how did you score? I'm sorry, that was not intentional.
Yes, it was, Schmitty. We all know that. Your writers were very clear on this part, on that point.
Welcome to Riplash, a crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream. I'm going to send each of you a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Okay, player 2 looks a little freaked, but you'll do great.
That's okay. You'll get there. You'll get there, Nick. Trust me. All right.
Time's running out.
Come on, Patty.
Okay, if you didn't get one in, don't blame me. Are you ready for magic?
Magic. Uh-oh.
I was trying to get really good snark.
Full breakup. Now it gets real. Pick your
Oh,
favorite.
ow. What is it with people and trying to give me really, really, really bad mental images?
The 3 worst jobs in hell. Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no. I'm not sure he'd need one. His harem probably does, though.
Mean John, you and me both.
Well, they went to lunch.
I
Good
know,
job,
and
Mama Bear.
I pulled the stream down so you knew I was cool with putting that up.
The most painful ways a squirrel can hurt you. All right, what's your favorite?
Oh, that's cute.
Try waking up Mrs. Squirrel at the wrong time, taking your life into your own hands. Oh, Sandy.
Sandy's on a roll today.
3 things you'll find in any fanny pack. All right, people, it's voting time.
I ran out of time. I admit it.
Okay.
That means, John, I will in 1 second.
Wow. I would have put that.
I cannot live with this tension. Show me the final scores.
Sandy.
Yep. Because Sandy kicked all the ass.
Yes, she did. Okay, guys, you go back to having fun. I gotta step out for a little bit, and I will be back later.
All right.
Okay. We will see you soon, Patty Love.
And now it's time for round 2.
Room code, you got it. LDEX.
Oh, Sassy's in. Oh, Mayor McNome needs to. He could actually get his. He could actually get his usual avatar this time. Okay. How about you, Loki?
What? No,
ready to jump
I'm
in?
trying to finish something real quick.
Okay. There's Anubis. Got one more. Yep, Sassy made it. Yay. All right, and that is everybody. Anyone else wants to play? They can go hang out. They can hang out in the audience.
Hey there. This is a game we call Quiplash 3, a history of farts. I'm Schmitty, here to facilitate all your quipping needs.
No, we got
kick it
start.
off with round
We've got
one.
we've got the Starkey
Points are
folks
scored
today.
based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip.
How we doing over here? About 20 seconds left. Come on,
I
Johnny.
will.
Go ahead.
You're
I'll
running
be
out
back
of
in
time.
2
Don't
minutes.
be
I'm gonna
afraid
run
to
downstairs
say
and grab my
quip.
lunch real quick.
Okay, have fun.
Writing time is over. All right, let's begin. Let's get the party started with there's nothing sexier than a tall, beefy boy who knows how to blank. Okay,
Oh.
choose away.
Huh.
Moving right along. The best name for a rideshare company to stand out from competitors. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Oh dear. Wow.
Next one up. The best way to describe the texture of a jellyfish. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh.
And next,
Uh-oh.
it would be terrifying to have a painting of blank above your bed. Now it's
Oh.
time to vote for your favorite.
Rent it dead. That's a good one. That's where I asked who put it there.
And here we have an embarrassing person to accidentally call daddy. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Jolly old Saint Nick, huh? Oh,
Next on the docket, a lighter, more romantic sequel to Crime and Punishment would be called Blank. And now, pick your favorite.
ooh. I agree. That one was actually much better.
Next we have, first the Grinch stole Christmas, but he went too far when he stole Blank.
Oh,
At least one of you did the work. Enjoy some points. Let's see how they handle someone you never expect to give you the birds and the bees talk. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
I was expecting that.
Round one is behind us, and the scoreboard awaits.
Oh, Bob Dole. No.
Time for round two, where the points are doubled, and so is the pressure.
Let's do it, people. Come on, guys. We only got about 30 seconds left.
Time's winding down. Use a safety quip if you have to. Let's take a peek, shall we? At the front of the line is your spouse is keeping a terrible secret. Their blank isn't real.
Oh,
Okay, show some love.
All the Lokis. I expected that.
And now, Daddy, where do we go when we die? All right, choose your favorite.
Ooh. That was unexpected.
And next is the name of a pretentious short film produced by a cat. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Okay, I see how that is.
Let's keep it going. A good name for a detective agency run by kids. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Huh? Hey,
Let's see the next one.
you go, Sassy.
Best way to convince fast food customers to get a value meal. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Oh, yikes! No, we do not wish to get Loki banned.
All right, check this out. The title of the YouTube video with the most negative comments.
Oh,
Time to pick the one you like best.
ow! Shot fired. Oh.
Next, the first sign you are watching a very artsy horror film. All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, what's next?
Murdered by a
vape
safety
juice
quip.
flavor made specifically for people over 70. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
no! Oh! Ow! Who just got hammered?
Wow, that's it for round 2. Time really flies, huh? Let's see your scores. And now for Thriplash, a no-holds-barred quipaganza. I'll be sending each of you a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Make me proud.
Of course. Nah, prunes suck.
Just a few seconds left. And time's up.
Uh-oh.
Let's get thripping. 3 warnings they need to put on the side of beer cans.
Caution, may cause pregnancy.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Nah, it's okay, Sandy. Oh! Ouch.
Three things Mars needs before we can live there. All right, vote for the one you like best. Based on your deeds, the 3 most likely things you'll be reincarnated as in your next life.
A bird.
Okay,
Right,
I am back.
it's voting time.
Welcome back, Loki. So what'd you get for lunch?
I made myself a salad.
Hmm.
Iceberg lettuce, mix, and vinegar. Just plain vinegar.
Wow.
And a little bit of plain, like, tuna. Just plain, or as my child calls it, cat food.
That snark is real.
3 signs you've checked into a really bad rental house.
Oh boy.
Loki's on the roof across the street.
Yeah. Rooftop Loki across the street. Sandy killed it last round, by the way.
Wow, this is it. Show us the final scores.
Pretty much killed it this time, too. And of course, Debbie with her level of snark. And we have loads of time left. It's okay, Sandy. So, do we want to do another round of Quiplash, or do we want to go Trivia Murder Party? I'll take votes.
I don't know. You can take votes for a minute while I pop this up
Okay.
for decision. Guys. Oh, I have to switch, don't I?
It's called Trivia Murder Party 2.
Okay, guys. So I asked me and John to give me some AI for Letecia Stauch for a thumbnail. So we're going to vote.
Ooh.
We're going to vote. Option 1.
Ooh.
Ah.
Unfortunately, Mama Bear, this is going to be one of those situations where you're, it's all visual, so.
Option 2. Which one did we like better? 1 or 2? Ah.
Oh, a portrait of Letecia with H.R. Geiger mixed in. Ooh, yes. I'm with Thomas here. Number 2, it does seem like it works better.
Okay. We'll see. Good job, Mean John.
The room code is GOMD.
Yeah, John, I've heard that. I don't mind soy sauce and apple cider vinegar, but in all honesty, I really like the the dry Italian salad dressing mix like that they sell. With those little things where you usually like add water, oil, and vinegar. I just mix that Italian salad dressing powder directly into white vinegar, and I'm happy. Ever since my Mean John, I know I do. Mama Bear, I'll send it over to you on Discord. Yeah, Mean John. I have the ones of me that you sent me directly, unless there's newer than the original two. And one's going to go in an adjusted thumbnail I was working on last night.
Okay, we got one slot left, Loki. You might want to jump it.
No, because I'm eating.
Oh, well,
That's why I keep muting myself and my camera's off, because nobody wants to see people eat. Nobody wants to hear people eat. Always drove me nuts when a certain person I used to deal with a lot would eat or drink on stream. That's why I mute every time I take a sip through a straw, and I don't drink out of a shaker bottle.
Okay, so.
No, John, I was saying, I have to have like a ton of vinegar or I can't stomach things. They taste weird and metal and all of that to me.
Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. Audience.
Welcome to the game. First question. What's the dangly thing at the back of your throat called?
Uvula.
Use your device to answer the question. I'm talking to you too, audience.
We're not supposed to tell them, because now they'll get it right and piss the guy off.
And the correct answer is, who got the question right? Which leaves only you. It's time. And here are your bags. Welcome to room 105. We're going to play chalices. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in. Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. Refreshing. Now let's see what you drink. Oh, snap.
Uh-oh.
You're going to see a lot of this elevator, so just get used to it. Let's try another one. What animal has the nickname Blue Flyer?
Sorry, I heard medical question and medical Loki, not medical Loki kicked in. My bad.
That's okay.
It wasn't okay. It's my stream. I'm just saying.
I still got Nick killed, so we're okay.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
Anubis,
Those of you who are still
I have
alive,
misophonia, so I hate hearing people chew or like drink out of shaker bottles or like ice.
welcome back to the killing room.
Because when I say I have misophonia, I will not sit in the same room as my child if she is eating potato chips with nails on a chalkboard.
Follows the fewest rules correctly.
Or like loud chewers eating crunchy stuff, nails on a chalkboard.
Go, go.
And I know plenty of people claim that they have misophonia, but like I'm actually diagnosed with it because I will lose my mind. Like the amount of rage.
Almost out of rules time.
The amount of rage I feel towards loud chewers and eaters. I yell at Croc for loud vaping.
Oh, poor Sassy.
Sassy, you've got this.
You can do it. Besides, you're still in the game.
Weird that no matter how hard we try, we all eventually turn into
Go, John, you're winning.
End up wearing their clothes and killing in their name. I think you get what I'm saying. Let's keep moving. It's Christmas Eve. John McClane came home to see his family, but terrorists have taken
The chewing. Who's chewing? Whoever's chewing. Do not chew on stream. Hence my misophonia comment. 2 seconds after that, I hear someone crunching. I can't.
Oh no! That was be cutting something.
No, I have like hardcore misophonia.
Almost out of time.
I literally, everyone's like, why do you like mute every time you take a sip or every time? Because the misophonia thing, it drives me crazy. No, that wasn't typing.
Time for consequences.
Anubis, it doesn't matter if they're chewing with their mouth open. You can have your mouth shut and trying to quietly eat things like Fritos, and I will get up and leave the room because it's nails on a chalkboard level misophonia.
Oh no!
Is she?
Like I'm not saying it's just like people that are like some people chew with their mouth open, but I'm talking about, you know, even if you're only eating one and you're not obnoxiously chewing, but something like Fritos that are just a loud food, I literally cannot handle chewing. That's why, like, when you're vaping, like, you're vaping loud because it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Next question.
I got diagnosed with it as a kid because I used to get in trouble at lunch or during snack that I'd be like in the corner with my fingers in my ears. No, we can have a meetup at a nacho stop. We're out. Like if I'm out and there's background noise and you're not, and people aren't like chewing loudly, I'm fine. But if like we're just sitting there watching TV or we're sitting here playing the game and I've got earphones in and there's no other background noise and that's all I hear, like I can't. It's hysterical. People make fun of me for it. And I could go for a Texas in June meetup. I saw some discussion. I would be down to travel for a meetup.
You to the killing floor. Come with me. Congrats! All of you are entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Just scratch and find.
That reminds me, I need to call CCW. I haven't talked to him since yesterday.
But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Get to scratching.
Texas Mama Bear, message me on Discord or Instagram
Keep scratching.
so we can try to work it out. I was supposed to be one of the featured speakers at one of the Texas State conferences this year.
Everybody
What?
Everybody got special wrong, just died.
Oh. was supposed to be speaking at a Texas State conference this year, but when my dad was sick and was doing his chemo before he passed a couple weeks ago, I backed out of the conference because he wouldn't be done with his chemo. So they replaced me, but I have no problems traveling to down there, hang out, meet up, chill out, something. I'd canceled all my state conference appearances and most of my national speaking engagements. So Croc,
Yes,
maybe in June I'll do like a meetup or something, go to Texas and then fly north with my little, so to see Alex and then back to Pittsburgh. Do it as a triangle this summer. Texas Mama Bear, my father passed away a few weeks ago, so
One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost.
My father passed away, so I had already canceled all my engagements because I was very much a daddy's girl, but I'm very much a family first person. So that's why I canceled all my engagements and conferences and speaking engagements through the end of the year, so I could focus on that.
That's a weird mistake. Let me show you.
But I don't have to worry about that right now.
Oh crap! Mother, no!
So I have, time that I can book things.
Only one of you alive. You know what that means.
I know I'm going to be headed to Florida at some point this year.
Congrats on making it here alive. But can you escape?
I'll get to see John and Debbie and people.
Here's your first category.
I have to look at a couple of the speaking engagements. There's a few I may be able to reschedule now that my father's passed. But I do need to call CCW later. So Patty, love, I know you're here. Where's the Patty? Patty, remind me later to call him.
Geometric angles.
No, I know you know the Texas thing. Remind me to call CCW. Was what I was saying. Yeah, I know. I'll call him later. I meant remind me later. Anubis, I am there a lot.
Practices of the Buddhist
So Anubis, they're in the off season, like the non-tourist season. I don't know if you've noticed, there's like one person that flies, Debbie, because you're the only one still alive and in the lead. It's an advantage you get. Anubis, I don't know if you noticed that there's only like one person that has a seaplane that flies in like the off season in Nantucket, that will fly in with their little plane thingy and stuff. But that's my uncle and his wife. And if you actually live on Nantucket, you would know my uncle and my little cousin. They're pretty well known up there. And
Since when were there 5 Sharknado movies?
Yeah,
wow.
Unfortunately, yeah. We go up there and up to Nantucket, and he does like the daffodil thingy Anubis, yeah, I know many people still fly, but he's like, they do some of the only commercial flying into the island from the mainland. He does most, he owns most of the planes and does most of the commercial stuff. Yeah, he does like the daffodil parade thing every year. And, we go up multiple times during the summer to see him and the kids. So I'm there a decent amount, especially for like the daffodil paradey thing. I don't know what the name is other than I call it the daffodil parade thing. Yeah, I come up there.
Yeah, that last question was dead easy.
Well, call, I'll let you know. Mama Bear, Patty will give you there, and then just direct message me and tell me what the Discord is and stuff, and I can give you permission. I talk to CCW on the phone pretty much daily. As Patty and everybody can attest, he has adopted me as a grandchild, and he and I talk pretty much daily on the phone.
Don't you love getting adopted at random?
Yeah, so Texas Mom Bear, just reach out to me. I can do that. That's the one nice thing about being close with him.
Okay, we should have about 20 minutes left or so before the court comes back. Do you want to go one more round of this, or do you want to go back to Quiplash, or what do you want to do?
Whatever the people want to do.
More trivia or some Quiplash? One vote for some quips.
Okay, John, cool.
Okay, yeah. From what I actually heard that got leaked. Okay, 2 for Quiplash. How about you, Loki? You want to join in?
No, I'm trying to multitask. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, John. Sorry.
Put in this room code.
Okay, I don't know what I did.
Alpha X-Ray Lima, Quebec. Oh. I don't know who Super Dragon is. Come on, folks. Let's get a couple more in here. I wouldn't tell them even if I could.
Oh, that's fine, John. I thought I did something to upset you. I was confused.
Come on. Let's get a couple more in here. Before I have to type when I can't mute. Where's Sassy? Grounds. Actually, you know what? We can go with what we've got. It's not going to be that bad because that'll actually shorten it up a bit. Okay, on slow. All right. Cool. We got a Debbie. All right. Okay. What are we knowing? I want to see a set of. I want to see. Perfect. All right. 3, 2, 1, mark.
Texas Mama Bear. Sometimes adulting is us adulting.
No refunds. I'm Schmitty, and unfortunately, this game no longer counts towards your college credit. And if you didn't make it in the game, don't pout about it. Jump in the audience and get your revenge. I mean, vote. This is round 1.
Yeah, we got a full house.
A couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head to head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go.
Everybody types as quick as you can. I will probably participate more once quieter keyboard has been acquired. Because I am a very easily distracted squirrel. Even in squirrel terms.
Time's running out. Wrap it up or use a safety quip if you have to.
Come on, Super Dragon. Perfect.
Okay, let's see what you've wrought. Let's break the ice with, you know you're rich when you have a room just for blank.
Ooh.
Okay, show some love.
Oh, ow.
Next one up, the daily special at a diner for bears. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh, you guys are mean.
And next, what your smart speaker wishes it could say to you.
Go fuck yourself.
All right,
Oh,
what's your favorite?
ow. That would be a thing, yeah.
Let's keep it going. Quick, how do you ruin a romantic picnic? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Oh, shots fired. Wow.
Next up, California's biggest export is blank.
Wokeness.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh, one of those is decidedly accurate these days.
And next is a less radical band name would be Rage Against the Blank. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
I don't know what a squirrel is. Can somebody explain that to me? Aha.
Okay, what's next? The best way to stay young forever. And now, pick your favorite.
I'm not sure if y'all knows how. Hybrid between a rodent and a bicycle. Yeah, I don't think
An appropriate pickup line for
I don't
church.
think it did. I don't think that worked for Elizabeth
Now
Bathory.
it's time to vote for your favorite.
Okay.
And that was round one. Let us never think of it again. On to the scoreboard.
All right, Mean John, you're out in front by 50 points.
So if round one was an appetizer, round two is a substantial meal. Double the points, double the indigestion.
Ugh, indigestion. I hate that. All right. Write them up, folks. Oh wow, Sandy. we get we're getting some better snark right in the chat than wow. Just wow. Come on, me, John.
You're almost
Get
out
with
of
it.
time. Don't forget your safety quips.
Click apply. There you go.
You excited? I'm excited.
Let's do it.
And the first prompt is, what new rule would make MMA safer? Okay, make someone happy.
Oh boy. I know what would make MMA really, really, really safe. No physical contact. Yeah.
Next we have, what usually stops boomerangs from returning? Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
There's actually a really fun little story about how the kangaroo got named.
Next on the docket, America's second favorite pastime. Time to pick the one you like best.
Yikes.
And now, the best thing to come out of New Jersey.
10 seconds of static. Oh,
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
yeah, I caught that story. That was just because that's actually a thing that happens from time to time. $50-50. Well done.
Without further ado, the opposite of music.
Nails on a chalkboard.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Ooh. Definitely shots fired.
Next, an awesome side effect of climate change, hopefully.
Oh,
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
okay. Those shots have definitely been fired. Are you saying this, Loki? Seriously, you should see this.
All right, check this out. A theatrical production you'll never see at an elementary school. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Oh, ow. Somebody went above and beyond there. Or they hit a safety clip.
Let's see the next one. Name for a sleepover prank that is a little too cruel. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Bengay in the underpants.
Goodbye, round two, and hello, scores.
Oh,
Step right up to
oh no. No.
flag. Hold a final round to end all rounds. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Make me proud.
If you're going to put Nair in the shampoo, though, you got to put it in the body wash while you're at it. Come on, McNome.
Just a few seconds left. Yeah, I get it. You can't rush a good poop joke. Let's see those thrips. 3 words that could describe the circus or your dad. And now, pick your favorite.
Get him,
What 3
Sandy.
things you see right before you die.
Which court case is that? Which court case are we talking about there, Patty?
All right, people, it's voting time. Three pieces of advice you'd give your younger self. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Damn, McNome didn't wind up against
The 3
Sassy.
steps required to bake the worst loaf of bread.
Oh,
All right, choose your
ow.
favorite.
And there are no safety clips for round 3, so somebody actually typed both of those things. Yeah. Oh, ew. The special yogurt.
Give me those final scores.
And Thomas for the win. All right, folks. I'm going to kill this now. All right. I'll just remove that. We'll pop that back in because it's going to be soon. All right. And if we have time at the next break, we'll do some more of something. Okay. Have fun with that, Mayor Ranch. Or Mayor McNum. I'm going to start with, I think I'm going to go with Mr. Mayor at some point. I'm guessing we've got some motion practice in the middle here. The prosecution is currently interviewing the father of the child who expired. Meg? Okay, what happened, Debbie? I don't know who Meg is, but I'm still not sure who that is. So. Okay. Oh no. What was she covering? So a copyright issue. Hey, Ann. Yikes. Oh, wow. Thomas. Well, she probably is, but no, it's not ringing any bells, unfortunately. I don't know when she was on, because if it was more than, you know, because I was kind of the come lately person. I didn't run into John until quite a bit later. So he turned himself over. Yes, Debbie, you should do that. That is not a good number. Wow. Yeah, no kidding. Go get something to eat.
Stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay. So based on context, you were able to determine that at least from the defendant's phone,
And court is
is
back.
a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed, like a gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same date.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay,
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10
Okay, I'm back, everybody. How's everybody? How was your
Fine.
break?
The break was fine. It's just that our feed didn't
Don't see 8:10
recommence
but
quite on
calendar.
time.
Well,
Because
do you generally remember?
it took
getting
me a
text
second to
from
click it.
The defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a
No.
candle because he.
Actually, it was. I had
because
already
the
had it
smell from
running that
poop?
way for 10 minutes.
Yes, I
It's
remember
that
that.
NBC
Was that
9
odd to
didn't
you that
didn't put it back up
reportedly
on time.
Gannon would light a candle?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing.
Do
or
I
lighting
need to
candles on
fast?
his own
Well,
accord.
okay. Do I need to
If he
speed
was
it up so we
directed to,
catch
maybe,
up?
but never.
No, we're fine.
Going in. and
Okay,
doing that
cool.
on his own.
It's that they didn't.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Took me a minute.
that wasn't on our end in any way, shape, or form.
That's fine. I get what you're saying. It just took me a minute.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sir.
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember. I don't know if frustration is right word. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay.
You're a parent. Get over it. You changed your own kids'
And then-
diapers. Get over it.
We already had previously talked
You're a
about,
mom.
you got a text message on the
Complaining about
28th in
that.
the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
In the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sorry, that irritates me.
When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma,
That irritates the
did
mama
you
bear.
meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
What,
Was that
people
on
being
January
whiny
20th?
about
So,
Tuesday, yes.
people
sir. It was
being
Tuesday,
whiny
20th.
about having to change diapers, or
Who was with
somebody
you?
being,
Or
or
whining
somebody
about,
being
you know,
crazy?
an accident a child had.
And then whatever detectives were there, I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but
Okay.
as far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking in a general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friend's parents and, calling his mom and stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was.
So let me stop you there and we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay. So what we had talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because,
So,
okay,
yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship, because I didn't, this was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I thought he was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So, again, just to make sure that we're all clear,
Mhm.
the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
And it sounds like what you're describing is that you were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, is who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard. And they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, two things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I had confirmed.
So yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
And obviously we're talking about your son and
Yes.
understand that this is a stressful moment for you, having to recollect this from 3 years ago. Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape?
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did. Oh, sorry.
Had been admitted, so I thought that's what you wanted.
I thought we did it, Judge.
Oh, no, it was me.
I don't.
And as always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer. So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text message.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was that, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up, and he talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person. That it happened in Gannon's bedroom, and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
Did she tell you where that rape had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but
Yeah.
it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you were in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, a little, I mean, that's the best way to put it, just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It was just kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
freaking
you
out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but it seemed, I mean, she was frantic, like I said, freaking out. So it was kind of rushed, and, she was telling me about how she got raped, allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
Yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who is her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
Went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'm gonna put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did, she complied, and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was a bullshit story, and that something else was going on, and then something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training, I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe, and then I went back and talked to her again.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Did the defendant at that time give you an impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took, that there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. You remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house, so this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house, or phone calls.
So let me clarify this. You said after she had like physically moved out, or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the
Okay.
house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically, we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation, because it became very volatile by that point.
So did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself, Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah, I don't remember. I don't know exactly
Okay.
what her last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les, Stauch, I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy, Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify, whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich, I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So, the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. Did, during that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we start into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed in, yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So,
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone
Yeah.
calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
mhm.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Or yeah, some version of that. There was another name, I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I
Okay.
think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you
yeah.
there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo.
Mhm.
That's a yes or no.
Yes, yes.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about, there was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy. Or
So let
something.
me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike, or Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment. That first pretext phone call, which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been
No,
myself.
yeah, it's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
were you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're at this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, which is, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell for purposes of the record what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Court, we need a nap.
Judge,
He's
you would
put
think after
everybody to
COVID, we would
bed,
be more
guys.
adept at our computer skills. It's
So
my
the
fault.
jury's asleep. Let's have a nap time.
We'll have our technological
Anybody,
issues.
please?
Let us
Because
know.
you know everyone's asleep in that courtroom. They've never. This guy's just so slow and so untech capable.
What you should have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't. Okay.
Hello.
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha? Hello? Hey.
Whose voice is that?
That's the defendant's voice.
Okay. So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank Why didn't you say anything?
I did. I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get service off Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what's up?
Oh, I'm so hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No,
Huh?
no.
Why not?
I don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I have all my debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and all they car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and my social security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop. Then they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on it. I should have my car back in a day or two. Well, I'm still waiting. and I don't have a way to get to work. First, I got my place out in Denver, and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me through any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
I've called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get my can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my card, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my content like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Placed on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello. That was weird. Hello.
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died, so I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here to call you back on because I don't only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But anyway, so like I don't have any of that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and you know how I have those badges I got to get in.
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, and high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MLS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What were you talking? What is what was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said, it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said, when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I've told them.
Well,
they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine. But like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is the? Can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
Hold on a second. I can't breathe. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
I'm just trying to put the window down on this stupid thing because it's hot. And like I'm having to like run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I could drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night. You know, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But you know, well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some like, you know, redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, you know, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so I, you know, probably hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch?
You
don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So
You stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
yeah, you know, I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday, okay. You said you wouldn't question, you would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday, like, what do you mean Saturday? Like, right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after y'all, whoever found us and took Holly's car, that's where we had left from was the attorney. But anyway. All right. So I'm gonna just go through certain things. I'm not gonna read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more of like in law terms. But you know, key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DEN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Gano was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something for that to go pop those off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. All right, so Gannon cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car leaked on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage. Right. Yeah.
So I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also we just bandaged it up, whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it. Whatever. And I said something to him about, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. Hold on. Wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
Point. He was helping me unload. Like I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage,
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I had put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he was talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well go and take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, but hold on. He had the key was in our room in the on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I had walked on it, and I was like, yeah, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. Said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay. So that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says, we came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there, because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question, because they always get where one minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa to put on the Peloton shoes because I was going to ride the bike again because my friends had said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Gannon kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a loud noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the toy cons or joy cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever. So I told him to come upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had those Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year, I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedia Pops or whatever, and he took some Miralax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, going on, you probably already got the plane, we all laid down, right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Crystal.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, got delayed because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was, or maybe he knew from like hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there like crying, like, oh my God, you know, like upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, you know, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. You know, Gannon went over the whole like, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
But then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, you know, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. You know, I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because we're over here upset crying about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, you know, kind of being silly about, oh, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell Daddy, you know, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got called into work. So I was like, crap. We had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Getty, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on a hike. So we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with. Hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on the hike through the trails in Lorson Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, Gannon had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says, Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so Gannon's stomach hurt, and he was, Gannon's stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, Gannon's stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know he would get, you know, whatever. That's when he asked me about the bath salts. Still, hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath bomb because I thought maybe he just wants to be clean. You know, whatever. Bath bomb. I didn't know any of that stuff. So then, next section. Alright, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next note. All right, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand he said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, those kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking, is he talking to somebody online? Because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology.
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Even the benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. Well, Grace and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight? Or
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me his Uncle Matt was going to visit. Okay, so I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I had no clue who it is. Matt, I had no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was talking about his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay. You know, again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So it says, so again, I was like, boy, yeah, so again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. So, you know, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed.
This is insanity.
Yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other
Texas
than the alarm.
Mama, they're
Lena had laid down.
trying to
I
use
went in the room.
DID and you need to have
I was sitting there with
amnesia.
the dogs. I don't
No
remember exactly where I
amnesia,
was
no
doing. I was doing
DID.
something on Roku. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire? And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put the code in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon, the monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there when Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, Anna. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out when the heck I was with that. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors, whatever.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs, and when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on, and there was fire. I took the cover. There was a whole bunch
This
of
is
cover
absolute
that was
insanity.
inside that little
This woman,
thing,
oh my
and
God.
Darren had on or whatever, and I just jumped on him. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon
It's like
did
when my
burn his
5-year-old
arm.
tries to tell a story.
It wasn't bad. It was like that's like, you know how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just like underneath the
It
skin,
is
as long
like
as
the
y'all peel it, it's fine.
nonsensical rambling story of a
But hey,
5-year-old.
Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or like this inside? I mean, but like, how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. Like I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. Remind me that. Say this later. I told the investigators later that I said I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, you know, like he wasn't complaining like, oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines. But I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first. Because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was caught.
Hey, what time was this? So I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage.
Well, I mean, I told them originally I don't have access to the ADT now, but I told them because the ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah,
like
fine. I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey,
So-
hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. Like what were they
This
big?
woman's
Were they
killing
small? Like
me.
what was it? Was it from the candle
This
wax
is
or what?
absolute
Let me
insanity.
get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out
Woman,
right now.
stop
'cause-
talking.
Understand? So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. Always jumping in your truck because the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the 2 dogs. We turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, "Oh my god!" Like it was the carbon. It was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
Okay.
what we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? Hey, do I need to call the police department? Does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block. Like
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pull back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet.
Oh my God, woman,
Right.
stop. Stop. Oh,
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, like I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back
This
out,
woman.
go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking again. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That right there had little bubbly spots. Okay? So they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides,
This is
left
painful.
arm, right
This is
arm.
like
I
hurting
got you. Okay,
cats.
so both sides of both arms.
Literally like hurting cats
From
with
what
this
I
woman.
remember, both sides
Yeah.
of both arms because he had when Dana was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that
Oh God.
it's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to
I
me that
cannot
he
with this
thought I
woman.
was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming, and when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had
Oh.
How are you going to
sitting
say
on
you
some kind of little,
dissociated and then say
that little white thing
it's
that
because
was
he was
sitting next to
playing
the
his
couch.
Okay.
for the love
Oh,
of.
I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out
Rambling
of his
stories
hands to
from
get
my
him
5-year-old
up and
are
like jump on the
make
fire.
more sense than this
They
woman.
have pictures of where the burn
For the
marks
love
on
of
my
God.
elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car and he's crying
Like, I
and
just cannot with
screaming
this
and
woman.
telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble
As
because
a mom,
the
I cannot. Oh
switch
my
was on
God.
the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind.
I know
lost my
Sandy,
mind,
but like
had I not gotten downstairs
this woman,
when I did, had I not heard
the
it or
over
the alarm system
explaining,
or
the
covering
word fruit
outside or
salad
whatever,
in a blender.
would have hit
For the
that
love
couch.
of God,
I don't know that I
shut
could have
up,
gotten again.
woman.
And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on.
I get they're giving her the rope to hang herself, but she about to be able to hang the whole damn
Lay
country.
in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me, whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his
She
arms.
sounds like she's manic.
So I didn't see
Like a
anything that
classic
would have thrown a
manic
flag that I had to be
state.
like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't
People that
see
are
anything
having
like that.
manic issues
But if
talk
his
like
arms was
this.
bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it hadn't broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It hadn't broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have,
No, and I've said that a
got
million
him in the car
times,
and said, hey,
Sandy.
can you just check this out to make sure?
99.9% of
Because
the
I,
population
in
that
my
have
mind, in
mental
his heart,
illness
I
are
didn't
not
see it
dangerous.
as
We
a
don't
bad thing. I
stigmatize
just knew
mental
he was
health
like,
on
it's
this
not
channel.
hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him.
I just meant the ramblings are classic in
whatever it
someone
was.
that's manic.
He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke. The house is
Yeah,
smoky,
Creed, it's the
Gannon,
same
this
call.
happened,
Yep,
yada, yada,
Creed,
yada.
completely.
Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went
I'm
in
going
there
to be
and
an
checked him
alcoholic
in.
at this
We went in
rate.
there, we gave him water
Wow.
in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we were like, you okay? He was more scared of anything.
This
And so
phone
I,
call
and
lasts.
of course I was like,
Oh,
what if,
God.
someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about like,
For the love
get
of
rid of that
God,
couch and get
woman.
a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point
Is this the defendant
I wasn't
speaking?
even going to tell
She's
you
still
because
talking.
I was like,
Oh,
Dana
shit.
was scared to be in
It's
grounded
word
fear.
fruit salad in a
And I
blender.
was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was
The
my
amount
whole
of,
point.
I cannot with
Promise
this
me you
woman.
didn't do it on
The amount of
purpose.
stupid coming out of her
You didn't
mouth over
purposely do
explaining
this to
things.
hurt yourself or
I
hurt
want to reach
somebody.
the screen and
We will
choke her.
fix it.
Like,
And that's how we ended on Sunday.
This is a jailhouse
So,
call.
Dana was still
Why are
like,
you yammering like this?
upset. He was not only emotional
for the
about
love
the
of
situation.
God,
His foot was
beat
hurting.
her.
So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
Is she talking to the witness?
Who that? She's talking to the dad.
Yeah.
And yeah, this just makes her sound manic, not like she's dissociative.
Pretty sure prosecutors get paid a direct salary.
Did the audio just cut out, or is it just me?
Doesn't look like anybody's talking.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Right. Oh, she had to step away from it.
So
For the love of
later
God,
on
this
in the night,
woman.
Dana woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse.
Imagine if they charged her by the word like they in the damn Vallow
I
case.
messaged you, but you were already
Charge her
asleep.
by the minute for
I was
the
like, hey,
oh,
and
Lord
Dana
God.
wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think you probably were still asleep. You might
Creed,
didn't
you
get
have
until
to
the next
play
day,
the
which is
whole
not your
thing
fault,
in
my
U.S.
fault. It
court
was time
because you
zone
have to
and tiredness
prove
and whatever.
that
Yeah.
nothing relevant
Dana
was
whipped him a
cut.
few times in the
Things have
bathroom.
to be true, correct, and
3
in
times in the bathroom.
entirety.
I was like, okay. And I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Dana can stay at home tomorrow because he is so
So
terrified.
she talks like this normally. I'm surprised they got together at all.
The next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada yada yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurses line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give them Miralax, yada yada yada. he hasn't really went to the bathroom and he has blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass. And if
Jury
not,
trial,
then we needed to
Texas.
call our care provider, whatever.
You know who I feel
Trying
bad
to beat
for?
me up over that, saying you didn't
The
need to
court
have a
reporter.
referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point
Yeah,
of, does the boy
her
need
too.
to have, like, you know, anything done, or can I just give him like an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give him like an enema or something? Because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, we were like, I said,
You've got to be
Gannon,
kidding
I
me.
said, I'm going to stay at home with you today
This
because I
woman's
don't
gonna-
want you to stay by yourself. Now remember, we let Gannon stay by himself. He's been responsible, whatever. But in this state,
Creed,
like as in his
a lot
state
of
that he was
it
in,
is
not feeling
required
well,
that they
stomach
play it in
hurting,
the
bubbling a
entirety.
little bit here and there.
There was
Being embarrassed,
arguments over it
I made
and
a decision
pretrial
that it
motions
was not
about it.
okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal times, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine.
Since she's going to have to
But I
claim
said, Gannon,
amnesia.
you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. She asked me what, and I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy that was on Craigslist, because he had this bike, like a touring bike, and I said,
Yeah.
you go with me to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday?
Yes.
Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop regularly took, that was the bath salts day, like to Saturday. He had Miralax on Saturday. Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those like Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain or did he pain medicine or anything like that to help him?
Pain medicine, because I didn't have any pain medicine gift. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the green aloe on it, and I said, "You can, or do you like Sadie?" And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So he you didn't give him any children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would have.
It's not a lapse in judgment. It's a damn.
Did his arm stay bubbled up until the next day, or was that did that go down that night, or how
You could hang an entire country by now.
So to get to the next part, Gannon started to peel it.
Well, she's definitely not making.
When did he start to peel it?
Gannon started to peel it because I guess
And lapse in judgment? No, it's lapse in freaking common sense.
No, Monday he started to peel it,
Okay.
peel his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had I don't want to say
I'm gonna need
gooey
all
stuff
the
or whatever,
whiskey.
but it's almost like it was popping it type thing.
Objection. Shut the word
Oh yeah, like
cell in the
a
blender up,
blister
please.
or something. Yeah.
I said, listen, if it gets worse, we're going to drive straight. And that was already the plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You and I've had that conversation before where you would say, every little thing later ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see.
Fucking common sense says give the kid Tylenol.
I didn't see
For the love of God.
that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize.
No, it's a lack
But
of freaking
he started
human
peeling
decency
because,
and common
obviously he
sense.
starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning,
Oh, it's almost over.
picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning. To your phone.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there,
I
checked
cannot.
on him, gave him some more water, made him drink
Literally
some more
lack
Pedialyte.
Oh my
He
God.
wasn't eating because he was so
And how
upset.
many of these do they have?
And that's when I noticed he started peeling things, like on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Langdon decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall. You never
A
told me that.
10-year-old would know to give them Tylenol. What's in? Oh my God, woman!
Talk to me about this.
Lack
Okay,
of
fair,
being
fine. That,
fair
I'm
common
just. This
sense.
is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall?
If you got an
Like,
issue
it
with my
was like
judgment,
the
you got an issue with damn common sense, woman.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place. It was just like little streaks or something. Oh,
I said, Gannon, he says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said,
Has
okay,
this
here's what
entire
we're gonna do.
conversation
We're
been
gonna
about
read
this
that in the
topic?
jar. I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that. I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike. He says, you have to go there first. You
Croc,
wanna go
I may be
hospital
a
now.
damn
Of course,
alcoholic.
maybe
I cannot with this dumbass.
Based on my judgment and what I was seeing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away.
Ma'am, it's not a fucking judgment call. It's a goddamn common sense call to give your child Tylenol. Shut up.
Any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so on. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why always get
Ma'am.
hurt? You know, he
Ma'am,
hurt his foot
seriously.
on the boards outside. And I said, Gannon, we're
Ma'am.
going to figure all of it out.
God
Don't worry
damn.
about it. We will
Common,
replace it.
this is literal.
So Monday
I
morning,
cannot.
after all this,
Ma'am, this is fucking
I was like,
common
Gannon,
sense.
we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have not, that it was on him. But I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. So we're going to get it.
With the yada yada,
And I said, there was
I'm
some things
I'm
I
going
need
to
to get
start
for the
throwing
test
shit
board,
every
and we
time she
need to
says
go
yada yada yada.
meet
I
the
would say
guy
drink it.
outside.
She says,
Plan
but
was,
everyone will
that's the
die
reason
of
we drove the truck.
damn alcohol
Because if I ended
poisoning.
up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike in the back of the truck.
yeah, I got you.
Alcohol poisoning for all.
When we
Yada
left,
yada yada.
we took
Woman.
my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in it, helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So he took any of that old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
That's not just
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
It's
Harley's bag, because she don't use that bag.
The little book bag, the softball bag that's like a book bag. Oh.
So we were going to take it to a sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things to skates or hockey skates or whatever. Cause
You talking about Play It Again Sports over there that we went to?
that's why we were so far across town.
I got you.
All right, so that was our plan for Monday. Go to Play It
Sandy,
Again
I get what
Sports,
she's
get
trying
some
to
coffee,
do, but
we need to get gas, and we were going to monitor
I
his
still
arm
want to
along
take
the
this
way and go
woman.
check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
This is like
We
being a
go to,
failure of a
drive
mother
around,
and a
I think
parent.
we went to Dunkin'
What
Donuts first.
in the egg
Then the
McFuck
gas store,
muffin
or
kind of?
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Hey, Dunkin' Donuts share lady already released the video of us going there. You can see
I've never
my
wanted
arm
to shove
reach
a
out the
pencil in my
window.
ear more in my life.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say this, and I'm just over all this. Grab the
I'm
coffee
over you and the
outside, then I
goddamn
turned
yada
around
yada,
because
woman.
I was about to get Gannon a frappuccino, but he said he didn't want it. So then we
the
drive
creation of
over to
circles. We
Dunkin'
call
Donuts.
this the Gish Gallop.
So then we drive from Dunkin' Donuts, and we go up. Turn 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up
mean
the bottom.
80, you mean 85?
Man,
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where like Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of area.
What, like past? Wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
For the roads, okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there, close to. Yeah, okay. But that's towards Walmart. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So I'm wondering why if she was like this.
So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap. I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Well, lately I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and end up making the curve and turning
ma'am,
me
your
back
phone
to
comes with
25,
Waze
Nevada, and all that.
or Google.
And I was like,
For the love
oh,
of
there's
fuck.
the Petco. We're gonna go to PetSmart, but we ended up Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco, you went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day. That,
I might know Holly's work.
yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
what I was saying.
I got you.
I was going to go to
I wonder
PetSmart,
why
and
he married her in the first place.
I go to Petco and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stand in the car,
Everybody in
playing
that
the Switch.
courtroom is rethinking their
He was
life
like, you want to
choices
stand in
right
the car,
now.
playing the Switch. Again, Colorado
Judgment
law,
I was
Switch.
you can stand in the
sure
car to 11
I'd
years old.
choke her out by
So
now.
he took his
wow.
Switch with him.
Please note the judge has
Oh,
his
I didn't know
camera
that.
turned off.
Yes. He had his
Says the
Switch,
judge
his
probably playing
Switch in
Candy
the back of
Crush
the
or
car.
asleep. God damn, you don't see him
Talking
because he's
about
got
truck, right?
pencils stuffed in his ears.
I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well, in the first time and yada yada yada. I was going in because Sadie has been having like I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs have like periods or like stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm like looking at them.
Do you not know the words for dog in heat? But you claim you got a goddamn
my mind is so blown that
PhD?
dogs have this.
You don't know a
So
dog
I'm
in
looking at
heat,
it,
but you got a
freaking out,
goddamn
thinking,
EDD?
okay, should I
What
get these?
woman?
Or should I call a pet?
Ma'am!
Maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever it may be. So then, go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door.
Why is this
just to
shit
make sure
rolling?
nobody
Shut
was in
up!
the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck. And what if he needed to get out pee or, whatever. That was the
Does this woman even breathe?
walked back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then
I'd have choked her out if I was in the jury.
3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Because of course this is what these people
You
talk
know what?
about.
Not putting her on
3
the stand would
outfits,
be a mercy.
checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against Fort.
But wait a minute, why were you so? I'm kind of confused because
so is
you
she
said
and
you're worried
everyone
about him getting
else.
out, but we've gone to the gas station and he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know. Maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off. So if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay,
He's not.
I
This
was just that
shows
kind of
mens
was weird
rea.
because he's usually he does what we tell him,
This
stays in the car. But
clearly
anyways, go ahead.
shows mens rea.
Not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis. But he wasn't feeling well.
She's doing the classic over-explain with worthless detail to try to divert attention.
Just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Not a goddamn thing you have done is
I got you.
anything to
It
do
just
with
was
being a
weird
good
that you said that,
parent.
but it's okay.
Shut up.
I'll just go ahead.
I went on, got the things checked out, left. I don't remember if we were stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote back about the bike with the pictures and I was asking about prices and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go to the man's house,
I swear to God, the yada yada yada.
you know,
If
without
it would be a
like,
drinking game,
I wanted it
but
to
we'd
be
all be
legit,
fucking
you know?
dead.
Got me in the car, and not only had me in the car, I
Except
got
me,
Gannon in the car.
because
So I
there's
called.
no way I could
I
do.
need to,
There's
saying
no way
like,
I'd wind up dead that
I
way.
need to make sure this
I
is
don't have
legit. So I'm
anything
like,
here to
send
do
me a picture
that
to
with.
buy. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like, he wasn't acting like he was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
So you weren't gonna go to his house or something? He was just gonna meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some
And this
random
is a
person's home.
jailhouse call,
And
right?
that's probably why
Yeah, it's a jailhouse
they're
call. I don't
looking
know
at
what
this
in the Egg
whole
McFuck
Douglas County
muffin.
thing, because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision.
You're thinking of Yoda there,
So
Carolyn.
again, open book with them. They took my GPS and everything.
No shit, Sherlock.
Douglas County, and I was talking. Me and Gannon was talking
What
about
the
it. And he was like,
fuck?
"Do you know this guy?" And I was like,
Well,
"Well, not."
so wait, I missed the part. You said so you went to Petco. You said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
We didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was a priority first.
You and the rest of the fucking world.
So I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and somehow they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see.
We're not allowed to find her guilty
coming
just
from the
because she's annoying,
Oh, it's Craigslist.
or because she can't shut the
something
fuck
on
up.
Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You went and bought wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
Yeah, but like this was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go up Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area or whatever.
There's no place should have been safe for me if
something?
this was my kid.
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing
This
those
man
rides, like
deserves
through
a
Alaska
fucking
or whatever.
award for keeping it together
So get out on this road.
and
So
putting
you're
up with
on,
this shit.
I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
Oh, on 25?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how you're going to before you get to Castle. Oh, it's where we went to take the Remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can take that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up, went across straight and realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like,
Yeah, like
dark.
woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well,
A
this doesn't
3-hour
even look
phone
too
call
great.
at fucking about
They'll
nothing.
go search that area all they want to. They're barking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposedly at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
We're in the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gannon was like, why can't we just go buy it at the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? You know, and so we're like talking. I was like, yeah, I'll just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was, I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. That was like the whole
How
space.
is this
Yeah, I would
even
love that, for
fucking
sure.
At
relevant?
this point, we never got to play it against
You are
toys
talking
because
about a fucking
it was
gift.
approaching the time
While
we
your
needed to be
kid's
headed back.
supposedly missing.
So I said, Gannon,
What the
I'll just
fuck
come
is
back
wrong
and
with you, woman?
you know, go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I be talking
Ma'am,
about the hockey sticks.
I
We
cannot
come
with
back
you.
up, heading back towards the house, because you know, we had to get back for Lena. Oh, I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down.
Her defense attorneys have to be pounding their head off the wall.
Okay.
I'm surprised the
On
prosecutor's
Monday.
putting up with it as well as he is. What does this have to do with anything?
We've still got a long ways to go. Let's take the phone call. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah. How much longer do we have to go? That had crossed my mind. So
we got about
Did she just
This
get
woman
cut
in
off?
green is a mood. The one that's got her head in her hands with her head up against the wall.
We'll take a break until about 3:20. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start on time.
Yay,
and then
there's a
discuss
break.
case number
Okay,
12,
I'm sorry. For
discuss
the
case
love
number
of God,
24.
A, if I was a juror, I'd murder her.
Session of the jury,
B,
please.
if this was my kid, I would not be this calm and I'd have murdered her. And C, for the love of God, woman, shut your...
Okay.
Caroline, no, this isn't a demo of an NGRI case. They can't even hope that. She literally has thrown the criteria for diagnosis of the medical disorder, the psychiatric illness that she's trying to
The
use
record should reflect the jury has
Out the window.
courtroom.
out the window.
I think it was
She
best to
just
go through 20
proved that she can't be diagnosed with that by this fucking rambling call.
Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody back at 3:20.
That call just threw any like diagnosis of DID out a fucking window and had it run over like Frogger on an 8-lane highway out of goddamn near Los Angeles.
Okay, break's till 3:30, so that's 20 minutes. Anybody want to giggle?
No, I no. Well, yeah, I mean, you can do like one round of something short, I guess.
That's what I was thinking.
Do one round of something short. I cannot with this woman.
We can clear one of these in 20 minutes. We did it earlier today.
That's fine.
Huh. So what's going on with the... All right. Give me a second here while I try and get the sound for this back. Let's just verify that there is sound. Don't need that. All right.
Enter the room code TUFS.
Come on, guys. Let's do it. Come on. Join us, Loki. Sorry.
No, Loki, no. Mm-mm. Loki needs no.
It's coming. Sorry about that, folks. Your room code is still TUFS. Already got Tom. How about you, Mama Bear? Come on. I like it. In sarcasm font. Come on, Caroline. We haven't seen Sassy, but that's okay. Climbing up all the walls. We get one more, and I'll jump in. One more. Come on, Mama Bear. Why don't you jump in here? TUFS. And yes, your warning is well taken. Okay, that makes sense, Carolyn. Because Mama Bear did pretty well last time. Oh, somebody stole my regular avatar. Rude. I'll take the guy here with the little squirrely ears. Come on. We need one more to get a second round in here. And enough to actually start doing quipplashes. Not, what are you apologizing for? You have nothing to apologize for, Sandy. Come on. No, I'm kidding, Sandy. It's okay. It really is. All right. And 3, 2, 1. We can get this round done quick enough.
Behold the glory of Quiplash 3. A quip is born. If you've played this game before, you know that my name is Schmitty, and I'm basically harmless. And if you didn't make it into the game, it's no big deal. Get in the audience and vote away. And now, round 1. You're about to see a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head-to-head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip.
Watch Mr. Pro say he will be there. I'd be up against me this time.
Don't let me down. First in line, the dance move that finally killed disco was called the funky blank. Okay, make someone happy.
I speak fluent Stark. Oh. Rawr.
Next one up. What seagulls are usually thinking?
Mine.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Ooh.
Next, the apartment lease says it's okay to have dogs as long as they blank. All right, people, it's voting time. And now, something that you didn't need to know is gluten-free. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Split the room.
Round one is but a memory. Let's see those scores.
Ooh.
Round two is here. The points are doubled, so try to bring it, okay? Let's have a look.
Oh, good luck with that, Anubis.
First, but not necessarily best, is the worst thing to hear after saying, I love you. Okay, shower someone with points. Let's see the next one. A new casino game you're definitely going to lose money on. And now pick your favorite. And next is, oh dear, now Lin-Manuel Miranda is writing a hip-hop musical about blank. All right, vote for the one you like best. Next up, one amendment you would add to the U.S. Constitution. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Because I thought that would be fun. Well,
Hard to
for
put
some
that
people.
round two into words, but let's see how it translates to the scoreboard. Welcome to Riplash. Final chance to make your mark. I'm going to send each of you a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Got all that? Good.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, he has actual work to do. So
Time's almost up.
sadly, we can't now. That's okay.
All right, let's have it. The names of the 3 long-lost Kardashians. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Gotcha, Thomas.
3 things that'll make you grunt. All right, choose your favorite.
Very Moo and Curly. Split decision.
Nothing to do now but see those final scores.
Yes. Nice. We needed the Snarky D. All right. And that's it. That's it for that. I'm going to stop the screen. Okay. Do I see a Patty? I've heard of Birdemic. It's been a while, a long while actually. Oh, I like that.
things like that, and then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And just for record keeping purposes, we're playing People's Exhibit 35, which is that pretext call on February 13th, 2020 at 1:11 p.m.
And
Yes.
we're back.
When Gannon and I left, we found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Lorson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Lorson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emery Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it's before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for the company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I knew I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I was tens because I was like, well, he could just have those tens and I'll get more money from him. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that the carpet person, you know, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there. But I'll get to that point when we get there.
Well, why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was
Yeah, but
contract like part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like. You know how I am. I don't like people having access to our house and stuff. But whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, you know, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. To be like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight because everybody been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We got home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the whole crap is. Okay? Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
When we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point?
I had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went to arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay. So keep this in mind.
There's a sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no sensor.
Okay. Sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you could set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or you can set it to arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay.
So
all right.
keep that in mind. Okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact. Okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated again. And Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Again, and got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So okay. All right. So he's
Go ahead, ask
so
the
he's home with you now, is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah. So it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, you know, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, had wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on, yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me, that you said that he could go with a friend. You then text me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back and get on the Peloton because I didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it, because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon! Didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and flopping and, you know, doing his thing, whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, you know, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what about I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you clean? Is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was. I saw it there when the police watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because
boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
Just told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure it had to been if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now that I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And I don't, who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like I told you the whole time, the truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
This woman.
Yeah, I never heard it. The only Matt
I
I
could
know
not
of
with
is what's her name?
I cannot with this woman.
Your sister.
Don't look at me. I'm not doing any better.
He wouldn't know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that,
Yeah, we've been
20
trying
minutes
to
ago or
figure out
whatever,
which
I was
one
like,
Mama
I've
Bear
never heard
kept
no Uncle
talking
Matt.
about.
So
It's the defense lawyer there,
When I
next to the
woke
podium,
up and
with the
like
red tie.
out of this
His
state
face
of
was all red, so he
confusion,
just
going
turned the
crazy,
camera.
whatever was going
I still
on,
say the woman up against
I
the wall
remember
is a mood.
Gannon saying he will be back later.
okay, like Uncle Matt
He
saying
saw
he'd be
his
back
face
later.
on the camera.
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay, get my head
We're
right.
all asking
Had to
ourselves
find
the
out
same
some
thing, woman.
dude
Shut
that I
up.
explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay, I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you were talking? You told me about the Mexican guy.
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she. I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
I cannot.
Mexican
No,
guy.
she did say she.
Okay. I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark skinned. I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and at the time, it wasn't Mike, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out first, and is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. That's my mind was completely fucking gone. And my mind jumped up after everything. And I said, okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to be back. I paced up and down the stairs. During that
So, babe, hold on. Why did you tell me you got raped, and now you're not telling me you got raped?
You think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
You done told the rest of the world everything else.
Like that first day, I told you I would do everything and within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But that's a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that.
Interrogation by husband.
I want to be like, do you think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up. So go ahead.
It hasn't been hard to know that like somebody was there trying to hurt me and Gannon, and I'm getting knocked out of it.
I understand.
Trying to fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So.
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me, call me names, and then you won't even want me.
Why would I not want you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Try. I didn't know what was going on. The
Waterworks.
trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note to run to the neighbors? He knew everything. He knew everything about us.
This
He knew
is
our
like
names.
story
He knew where
number
we worked. He knew
27.
where Ozzy worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too.
During
So
this phone call.
because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too. We already covered what happened to you, but you're saying that initially you told me Gannon got beat up and he took him away, but that you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's
Everybody in that
clearly what
room
I
is
told the
rethinking their
detective.
life
Okay, so what
choice.
happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
The hubby here is
Remember, Gannon was
rethinking his life choices for
I
sure.
was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was crying. And then
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like?
Know that he would if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay. All
I
right.
just remember
Like,
all
I
I could
cannot.
barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got? Do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably went after the second time. So when I ran back upstairs, the sent Lena away, and I said, Lena, please go get the milk. Harley pulls up. I says, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree. And they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items. Exactly
So
what I did.
did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, she was just looking at me like, what in the world? I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog smell. And Lena and Harley left.
I can't with her.
Okay. All right.
Because I didn't want Lena and Harley to come in. And there you got two
And
more
usually I would
people
like lose
involved
my
in
shit
this.
and talk over
He's
her, but
downstairs with Gannon. I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm freaked out like if I'm in some Lifetime movie, and no matter who I called or said anything to, they're going to do me just like they're doing me now. Came back downstairs.
are we gonna try to act paranoid now?
Tried to plead
Yes.
with him about what was exactly going on. He had Gannon wrapped in his arm, like his arm around him, and was saying,
Tisha, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So, oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on and the guy is downstairs and you send Lena away? You come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs?
or did you want Lena to come in and be there too?
No, I'm just trying, babe, I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially. So I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay.
You treated me like a criminal.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand it. So I'm just trying to sort through all of it. So keep going. Thank you for clarifying though.
You tried over it.
Oh, for
What's
the
wrong?
love of God, woman.
Tried so hard.
Is your name
Tried so hard to do
Amber
what?
Heard?
I was trying to protect
Well,
everyone.
she's wannabe.
Get back upstairs. Once I let Lena go, I don't know. I couldn't even figure out what to do. If I ran outside the yard, what was I going to do?
So you sent Lena to the mailbox or you sent her with Harley?
I sent her to the mailbox, and it's
Okay.
and Holly gets there, and I sent Harley a message, and I sent Harley a message quickly and said, "Please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later."
Oh, so you sent her a message and then went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know they both. Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Harley pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, he should be able to see that they came up.
You gotta be kidding
And
me
I
with this
freaking sent them
woman.
right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that. So I don't think that's going to happen. It's bullshit, ain't it?
So I went back down. It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
So he went back downstairs. I went back downstairs, and I'm like trying to figure out, and he's just telling him that he had a new family and like all kinds of things. And I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon, and next thing I'm on the ground again. And you can't overpower someone that put their fingers on your mouth.
And this was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. They were treating me like a criminal. When I came through,
Because you acting like someone a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, woman.
Whatever I could say and look around and think, I thought
Yeah.
I was hungry. And I was up. And Gannon was gone.
That was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again, is what you're saying.
Yes, because I had several times, because I was trying, what I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet, our closet door in there. I was trying to get in there, because I was like, man, there has to be something in there that I can just like swing, whatever.
Reed, this is the same
Reed,
damn
she doesn't
call.
shut up. It's the same call.
So if I'd have left out from sending
This
Harley
woman hasn't even
and
stopped
Lena
to take a
away,
goddamn
I
breath.
didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle.
This is still the same
And
damn
my gun
call.
wasn't in the spot that it always was, because you know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here. You told me initially that the gun was in the house and that he grabbed it
Black gun. He had your black gun. Yours.
He had my little
How
pistol,
many
right?
freaking stories
one,
are we
yes.
gonna
All
like?
right, because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought
Tinfoil
initially you said
hat.
your gun. That's why I was
Something.
No, my gun was outside.
in the car. Okay.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about us. He was threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and stayed there the whole time in a rental car.
Hey, when did
Daryl
you
Brooks
bring your
thinks
gun back
concise
in?
and
After all
logical
this
compared
happened?
to this.
You told me to go get all the guns together.
No, that was when
Daryl
when I
Brooks
was
seems
collecting
more
them.
together than
You said
this.
your gun was in the car.
Jesus Lord.
Albert,
This
on the
woman.
phone call with me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns. When I told you
Yeah, because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun and he put it back in the tote.
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote.
Gun was left there. Gannon was gone.
How many
And
stories
it was
is
like,
one
I
gonna
thought
come
he was
up with?
hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls, I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, like, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into like the defense mode of being like, oh my God, okay, get the girls out of here. Okay, Gannon's going to be back by the time he's supposed to be back. Because in the end, when Gannon was leaving, I remember him asking him, was he going to take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him. I don't know Uncle Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
We all doubting you, but right
So
now,
he left
woman,
with
we
Uncle
all
Matt
doubting that
in a
statement.
car or something, or in a van, or you don't know.
Why he left in. I just know that the whole thing started to add up.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's everybody stand and stretch for a moment.
Everybody get up and stretch so I know y'all haven't fallen asleep or died.
Really, they want to do the wave, at least some of them.
Did they cut the call off, or did
No,
they?
30-minute stretch break or something freaking stupid. Or a 5-minute stretch break.
While this is
Oh
going on,
no.
as I said, during jury selection, if some of
I
you
cannot.
stand and stretch.
Oh wow! I think we've only got an hour and 10 minutes left on the day.
All right. Okay. Yep. Let's go ahead and start it again.
He got everyone up to made him stretch because people were falling asleep.
I bet.
Just like you do with kids in school. I cannot.
Gannon kept going outside with some gate. Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this. But I went and asked all the neighbors myself, like cameras in front of our house, to the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So I mean, I don't.
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
Yes, like 3, 4,
Okay,
5 of the
Andy.
neighbors have those 24/7 cameras. And then some are like ours, which are motion censored.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well, that's something we can look into.
No,
Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out in front, I'm assuming, right?
not the front door.
So what, the garage?
I would say the garage or either out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with this key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with this key.
Okay, hold on. So I
This is
understand.
the 37th
So now-
story in 5 minutes.
Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they
No.
I'm
bring
gonna
the key
need
back to
more
the
than
house?
like
No,
the
no.
third
Did
energy
you listen
drink
to
I'm
my
on.
story?
Yeah,
The other night, Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay, all right.
I didn't do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley
Okay.
said the police put cameras in it and locking it.
Okay,
Locking everything up.
we can find that
How
out.
would
Maybe
the
the police
police
locked it back up. So fair enough. So
I kind of feel bad for our defense team right now.
that's just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha. That's all.
The gun wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. Well, hopefully, I mean,
Upstairs.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So,
Would be perfect to me. It's nothing but from day one.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get. So get all them this information. You know, I think the FBI's in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Looking for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that as the little things that they may have missed. You know, during this process.
Why? Why would they have not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
It's been 3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. I'm as frustrated as anybody because I don't know anything. And
So, do you think I did this?
Tisha Stauch, I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay. I know.
Here's what I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw, but that is not the exact description that I gave of this carpet person. So my point behind that was, I don't think it was the carpet person because I eliminated him because he
My
didn't
point
have
is,
craters
you
on his face.
batshit crazy woman.
He did or didn't? So, but hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You never found the guy, right? The Craigslist guy?
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think that Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, "Hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier, and I'll meet you there," or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, so let's say it's him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing that shows you guys leaving. If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. Because in case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay? There has to be something that points to that direction that shows any shadows, movement, anything. And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen,
The mental gymnastics
I want
of this
to be
woman.
clear with you that I don't give a flip about social media. You know that. I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there, so I don't know what these people are saying. So me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on, okay? Let's try to block out that other stuff so we can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you go? What was the time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Is they have whatever time they had me on footage the first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that is when you left?
Because I went back to Petco to get more clothes.
Okay, so you went. So then when did you go back to Petco? After the Craigslist trip?
Yeah.
Oh. And you said the guy was already in the house before you got there, you think?
When I got there, the guy was most definitely in the house or had already been in the house waiting or whatever it may be, which is why I thought it was the carpet guy because that was the person that I gave the garage.
Yeah, you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
The more I laid and the more I slept and the more I kept worrying about it and thinking about it and yada, yada, yada. Jana kept having
Her with this yada yada yada. I swear to God, 6 weeks of this,
I was even so terrified to
and I'm
think
gonna
that
have a
this person
seizure
even
every time
spent
I
the
hear
night
that
at home.
goddamn phrase.
Well, on the upside, once we come,
You think he was there the whole time?
you're gonna hear a lot more of her
Do you know
directly.
how worried I've been about this?
I know, that's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but look. I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of all anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order. That
So maybe
I don't want my life back. You think I don't want my family back?
I know. Trust me, me too.
I'm tired of being portrayed as one.
Okay, but you got to help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell this. Somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know. All right, I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so.
People not going after this. Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they missed some things we don't know. Listen, something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the? You said you cleaned everything up.
Cleaned everything up.
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got. Somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away like you said, and whatever Gannon had on, you said you threw that away too?
They got that out of the back of the trash. It was a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and call and believe.
You told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my underwear. You want me to really go in depth about that?
I'm not trying to make you relive anything that happened to you. I'm just trying to there's just some truth that I'm trying to find about, I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then, you know, I don't know, maybe.
Me, whatever you're trying to say to me, just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else, okay? I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then, I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Took my whole DNA from this. They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
But tell me, why did you tell me? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up an area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's.
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like, Gannon had, from his burn marks, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon's stuff, what blood or whatever was, right?
Prior.
Oh, where was that at?
In his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he had he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you clean that up, okay? Because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his
I'm
burn
tempted
mark
to
hit the
shove
wall.
pencils in mine.
Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena, and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad. Remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails and he picked. I'm just trying to clarify. Picked his fingernails and his
This
blister
dad
or
deserves
burn mark or
goddamn
whatever.
sainthood.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
My thoughts exactly.
I'm not.
Why are you acting like you're got me on
This
some
man
trial
deserves
with this? He
goddamn
picks his
sainthood.
fingers all the time.
Babe, because you,
It's open.
babe, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before,
Mrs. Squirrel
the truth
agrees.
hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
Albert, I gave you every detail. But you're coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has huge nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
When did he have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have his hands had blood marks on it from like a year and something ago.
Maybe. I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that. But that might have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember that in Alaska.
Nosebleeds are like in
Hedinger,
Colorado,
it should be
or at least once
be
every week
done
or two.
shortly.
Every week or two, Gannon has a
Hopefully
nosebleed.
it'll be done shortly.
This is where I get angry. Like, people come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. And I haven't for a long time. But I'm just trying to. All right.
Say what you got to say.
Hopefully they
I'm
call
just
it
trying to
after this
retrace
call
some
for the
steps.
day.
Retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy. Did you see like anybody? I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture or did he like give you any information about him? Like, hey, I'm, other than where to find him at or anything like that. I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone,
Ridiculous.
Albert.
Babe, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can, that freaking lady that called me bugging the shit out of me from the FBI, maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone,
Debbie,
I
he has
clicked
suspicions. He
Craigslist
divorced.
link,
He separated
which
from
generates this
her.
whole
Like
number,
right
something,
a couple days after
whatever
Janet
the
went
email they
missing.
do to protect the people that are selling. I had all that and access to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only thing backed up when I logged in to the icon that it let me in temporarily was pictures. If they gave me my phone, which is mine, it would clearly have everything. And since they've done all
Yes,
these
the
things,
conspiracy
they should
theory.
see this.
They
should
wiped
see
my
pictures
phone.
of what I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me to fuck off that no one's even caring. Everybody's wanting to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
All right, Letecia. Okay. You told me to be straight.
You on the phone, and I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband every little detail, everything. You think I don't want my family?
All right, Tisha, listen. Like I said the whole time, I'm just trying to help you and trying to keep you and Harley safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I can blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you, okay? But you just gotta let me help you. But I have you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon?
No.
I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
I killed Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just gotta know you. I told me to be straight up. I gotta know what's happening to my son.
Tell me why you would think I killed Gannon.
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
No, I changed my story.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story, okay?
Wow.
Like half of what you told me today, the cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and me and Landon listened to you. Then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. I listened to you, and I said, if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS,
Yes,
whoever,
Texas Mama Bear,
okay,
who
if they
was.
tell me I'm wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on a camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
Dan,
You tell me that someone
Brooks
didn't
looks
I
fucking
don't
sane next to
understand.
this woman.
How can you tell me that
Brooks
someone didn't
makes
do something
sense
to hurt
next
me
to his
and take me?
goddamn bag of
I'm
cash.
not telling you that.
No,
I'm telling
right?
you it hasn't been proven one way or the other. You said you banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go
That
check
ain't
out
don't
the
even
table and
yada
see if
yada
there's
yada.
any
'Cause
blood
I'm about to.
or any of your.
Do that. They had
That's about to be my
Okay, but that's the
own.
first I heard of it. You see what
Like,
I'm
if my
saying?
hair
You
grounds,
never would talk
or
to me.
you know,
You
what
literally
if
just sat
any?
here in a conversation and
Her
asked me, did
fucking
I
yada
kill
yada
our
yada.
child?
Yes, I did because because if you say no, then I can't. I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay.
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood. You're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had the gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
Hold on. Gun? So where did you get that piece from?
That was So now you got me twisting all your stories up because that was from the first time you told me the rape story. He had a gun to your head. You told me it was your gun. You told me. But you told me it was your gun, so that's fine. I'm not debating the points here. But...
I said the black one.
Okay, fine. But I mean,
I'd rather listen to
You
Elaine.
know in your heart I would never hurt Annie.
I'd rather
I
listen to New
absolutely
Mexico
believe that.
Cummings
But I'm
again.
doing everything I can to help you right now. But Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no, and I'm sorry. That was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together and I can help you. But I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
Did anything happen that was an accident that you're scared about?
Really?
I'm just trying to, Tisha, you know, with my Army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
Oh my God, I really like I thought out of this conversation, like I really thought you were going to be supportive of me. I thought you were going to bring your family back together, and I thought that we were going to talk about everything every single day of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me to I can't believe that.
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
This woman.
I already told him about
And this father
baby,
deserves
this
goddamn
baby,
sainthood.
my younger brother, baby. We cried about Kobe. We did a lot together.
What?
What are
Okay.
Stop.
Okay, Tisha, let me ask it this way then. I don't believe you killed him. Did something bad happen to him and he maybe he is dead or not with us anymore and you just panicked and didn't know what to do? I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you
Ardo, I'll
get
protect
through
you.
this. But but we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of,
This father deserves goddamn
I'm just trying to
sainthood
figure out what
for staying
happened to
this
him.
calm.
He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear
Gannon,
him speak.
Gannon.
Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know. I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably. When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
Now, let me tell you something. People don't have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person, just doing their thing, finally had what they want to do and be in the sky, working. They don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have
Oh, thank you, Ardo.
I fought for you.
I'd protect you, Ardo. You know that.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. I just did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle or the burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all the questions.
I've worked with children long enough, Albert. If an accident happened, I'm smart enough. I know what to do.
You don't know the difference with the words mental and mental. How are you?
Situations where
I'm smart enough. You
accidentally dropped the kid.
no.
The kid might have broke their leg.
Ma'am, no.
You go to the
You're
people.
not smart enough for
tell them
anything.
it's an accident, and you work through it.
You are not smart enough to
Okay,
get
so
your way out.
you made a
goddamn way paper
you
bag.
also said something that was calmed my heart, tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate
No,
anything.
Texas Mama
So
Bear.
whatever
do not
happened to him had to be an
apologize.
accident, just like the
You
candle.
are
And
very
obviously
much
you
allowed
wouldn't
to have
plan
an
on something like that
opinion here.
because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I
It
know
does
you
not
wouldn't hurt
sound
kids
cold.
intentionally.
You don't need to
Whatever happened
apologize.
was an accident, and I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So
Dude, you can
So
find your
he
way
would
out
have
of a
had
wet
to have
paper
died
bag with both
naturally.
hands and a map.
Then other than
He's dead.
Offer me a bigger bag.
I don't know, Tisha.
I want to go with the small bag. I go with the small bag. So, it would have been.
It's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay, he didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house, other than in the truck. And I like I said, I'm just trying to help you get through this.
Help me?
Yes, help you because
help me get through this.
Because yes, I am trying to help you. I want to know what happened to Gannon and try to help you and keep Harley safe and everything that I've said the whole time because that's who I am and you know that.
See what y'all think. This is what y'all think. Y'all think somebody's gonna come in here and say something just to appease everyone.
She's not criminally insane in
true
any way,
person
Odo.
who is
She may have a mental illness, but she's not criminally
down in the
insane.
ground all you
She
want
is
to
not
because I
legally
didn't do it.
insane.
I'm not beating you down.
You think you don't want me anymore? Fine. You don't want our family anymore? Fine. Just do it.
And let's start with the
I didn't
gaslighting.
take anything. They got all my shit too, Tisha. I got
We-
2 cars now because Harley's not going to pay for it. I got 2 cars I got to pay for that I can't even see or touch.
I'm begging you.
No, she hasn't. That I know. So
Every day, Albert, why are you not with your wife? Because you want to be so honest and ask questions. Why are you not with your wife and daughter?
because okay, I'm going to tell you the truth right now because of this conversation, Tisha. I don't know, and I've told you that the whole time. I'm confused. I'm all over the place. I can't get the truth from you or the police or nobody. And now it's just even worse now because I got another story I've got to try to make a theory from.
Another story. You have never talked to me.
But you just told me. You told me a few minutes
You
ago.
haven't shut up for like
and we went
2
over it.
hours.
You told me the first story. No, first you told me he ran away. Then it was the rape story. Then it was the second rape story. Now it's the third rape story.
I can't believe you just said the rape story.
I'm just. What do you want me to call it? The story of Gannon disappearing. Okay, you told me the first
Je
version
ne
of that, the
comprends
second
pas.
version, and now the third version.
You a second person.
Yes.
You sit down and talk to me.
No, that day that I got home. No, the day I got home, that next morning after my mom and sister and Landon and everybody was at the house, you told me you were texting Bethel and you told her the story. I don't know what you told her, and I kind of don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't even care. No.
It's all there.
I swear.
My God, I can't believe you're lying to me right now.
About what? I'm not lying to you about anything, Tisha.
Albert, they had y'all at the police department when I was there.
You mean when Landon showed up and then they brought, I was already there or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I know. I don't even know when you were there. I just assumed you had finally come in that night. Or was it the next day you came in? I don't even know, Tisha.
You were there because she was talking to you there.
Who was?
Bethel?
She was talking to me at the police station?
Yes.
Honestly, most of my talking was with Mark, the other guy that was at Starbucks. So I don't know what you mean she was talking to me. I think I might have talked to her for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Did not tell you
No,
anything
for the love of
different.
God, the gas
This
like
is
this
all my
woman.
statement. I was going to lay down. Lay down.
Hey, Tisha, I believe you. Okay. What I want you to answer for me is those simple questions. Did Gannon die and you just freaked out, or was there an accident involved? Did you kill him? Answer all those questions. Those are the ones that I want to know. Okay, I don't care about who talked to who, when we went where. Honestly, at this point, none of that freaking matters. What matters is that little 11-year-old boy is either out there or he's not, and I got to know that. And you're the only one that has any information regarding that.
I gave you that information, and you're not going to look for it.
No, but you ignored my question. I mean, answer those questions for me.
What's the first question?
All right. Did you kill Gannon?
Walmart done got this
Okay.
many Fruit Loops.
Did Gannon die on your watch, whether it was an accident or naturally from some injury?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
So the
Her
answer is
defense counsel's
no
like,
to all
"Someone
of that.
just shoot me now."
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. Did Harley kill Gannon?
God, know.
Okay, did she, any of the same questions, did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
No. I haven't been involved either.
So
Well,
I just,
saying up
but
to
so
grab
something,
the second
there's a
set.
blank somewhere that I just, you have not filled the blank. So
How have I not filled the blank?
it's,
I'd have hung
So
up
you
on her
don't
ass
think for a
long
second
ago.
that someone came in the house again and you don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to
I
believe, but I'm
wouldn't have
not
got
doubting you.
in the first
Ask all
place.
these questions. So
I'd have beat her to death with a goddamn phone by now.
I begged you. I said, hey, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
Well, but you gotta look at it from my perspective. Okay, first of all, and I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it.
Look me in my eyes.
These
I
stories,
can't,
just
bitch,
like
because
I've
I'd
said the
kill
whole
you.
time, they don't sound legit to me. They just don't add up. They're not true. Something is off from every story because there's different versions. So that's number one. Number two.
I've only talked to you once.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But you got to put yourself in my shoes. Okay. What the hell would you do if this was Harley? Okay. And you didn't have all the information. How would you put all these pieces together? So, I mean, you got, from my glasses, how am I supposed to put all these pieces together when I don't even have a third of the pieces? I'm just trying to fit the piece, find the pieces, and get them together.
You want me to answer
He's
that
fucking
question?
hurting
Which one?
cat.
The one about what if it was Harley?
Yeah.
Yeah, answer that question.
So as soon as you tell me this, when I get off the phone, I will have my husband and my children together in a home, and our houses will be praying, and we will be on the phone with the detectives, and we will be saying, listen, I support my husband, and we need to find someone over here. Somebody had to see something. Ask them again. Do something. We will be putting a fucking alert out everywhere. We will be putting a description out everywhere. We will close the fucking borders from Colorado to all of them, up and down 95, because it leads to fucking Mexico.
95? What?
That shit.
Why would
I'm
you?
sorry, 85, whatever. it's called.
85?
What's the road called? 25. It's
Oh.
state that leads to Mexico.
Well, you please be careful when you say those things because then they're going to start looking up and down 95 on the East Coast. Okay?
Sorry.
And that's not going to help us. I mean, since you know he's not over there, that's not going to help us if they get sent over there. Okay? But you didn't answer my question. How am I supposed to put all these pieces
Hurting
together?
fucking cat.
You're telling me let's go home and pray,
We're
and I've been
like,
praying
we're like squirrels getting threatened with cats.
nonstop. But we got to have action too. So here, listen.
Just
I gotta
mercy
go,
on
'cause
her in
now
this
I'm
goddamn room.
freaking.
All this
Everybody's
after
gonna
the
start
day.
questioning me at the house. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you involved? I'm gonna get all those questions now. So
Who are you staying with?
Uncle Jeff, and then freaking Veronica and all them that are all over the place. Okay, so
Why would you have to be anywhere near them?
I don't have to be, but you saw we had to do. Listen.
And your daughter.
Tisha, listen, I had to do these statements and interviews and all this shit. It's just nonstop. Every day is something else. Okay, so if you think all this information is what they need, apparently the El Paso people haven't done their job and they haven't forwarded it to the FBI. So I don't know that some Amber lady called me from the FBI, and I'm gonna just email you her number and her name. And if you want to pass this information to her, that's much higher than the freaking CBS or whatever you call it.
Yeah, because they called everyone I know.
Okay, well then that's what.
You can tell them too.
Okay, but I don't have the document you have. So anyways, I'm just gonna send you the contact, and if you want it, you take it. If not, I can't make you do anything. But I gotta go. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not how you would say trying to find your son. You would not say if you don't want to do anything, then blah blah blah.
No, that's not true because I can't. I wanted you with me the whole time and you left. So I'm going to give you the information you need to pass your stuff along and then you can do that, okay?
Listen to me. We don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking you to stay with your wife and daughter and let's do this together. Now you tell me no if you think that you don't give a shit about us and you don't want that. You tell me no right now.
Tell you no?
You tell me yes. If you want your family together because you believe
I
me,
wanted my family
no,
together.
but no.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I wanted my family together the whole time. And listen, you're not letting me help you. So I recommend that you get in contact with this Amber lady because she offered me help and safety because I told her what I was going through. And I'm sure they'll do the same thing for you, especially all that you've been through with you're telling me about the social media stuff and people chasing you around. You said in the email. So I'm going to send you her contact information. Okay. Then you decide whether or not to contact her to find protection for yourself and get them this information, okay? But I gotta go, okay? I gotta go, Tisha. I gotta go.
The question.
What question? I said I wanted you to be together, but I gotta go, okay? Gotta go. All right, bye.
Mr. Allen?
Getting Mr. Stauch back up.
Okay, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Thank you, Judge. At the time of this call, Mr. Stauch, did you know the defendant's location?
I did not know, sir.
You can move that microphone closer to you if you want to, so you don't have to lean over.
Yeah, the chair doesn't move. Everybody makes that mistake, but the microphone does.
Thank you.
At the very beginning of that call, it seemed like there was a disconnect where the phone dropped or something like that. During the process of these recorded phone calls, was that common to happen where for some reason the call would drop and then either you or her would have to call the other person back?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was. And yes.
There were some references in there where you said you were feeling heat and that you went up to up on the north end to buy some, I think you said redneck clothes in that. What did you mean when you were saying that you were feeling heat and that you had to go buy some redneck clothes?
So much of this call and many other calls, I was trying to, if you will, stay in character, just keep, I call it keep her on the hook. So saying things that I knew that we had joked around or talked about in the past. I did, in fact, go to Bass Pro Shop and buy some additional clothes because at one point I didn't have all my stuff out of the house and I needed some additional things just to get by. So it was kind of telling her actually what I did, but also using something from our past to keep her on the hook. So,
and in that portion of the conversation, you said you hoped that you would run into her while you were up north. For context purposes, had the defendant told you that she was staying with somebody up in the north part of El Paso County?
She did. There was some story. I don't remember the specifics, but yes, she was up there, and that's why I referenced that. When I said she, I meant the defendant.
Okay, and but you didn't have any independent knowledge whether she was up north in El Paso County or someplace else, even in the country?
No, sir. I had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Period.
He had to sit there and listen.
Mentioned
Wow.
in that phone call about Gannon stepped on something in the garage and cut his foot on the boards and got blood on the boards.
Yes, I heard that.
Can you describe for the jury and what boards she would be talking about and where in the garage those boards might have been?
So as you saw in a photo, the garage was pretty messy, but there was, depending on what project I had going on, I would stash boards on that. Looking into the garage on the left-hand side, I'd lay them down so she could drive over them. When she parked her car in the garage, I just ran out of room as I had projects stacking up and whatnot.
And just so we're orienting ourselves correctly, when you say looking into the garage on the left-hand side, you're talking about from the street.
From street view, yes, sir.
Yeah. Yep. Was it common for Gannon to take out the trash, as was referenced in that phone call?
Absolutely, that was one of his chores.
Where was the trash? Where would he take it out to?
So once again, from the street view, the gate that was referenced numerous times was to the left of the garage, and so he would typically go out the back door, through the backyard to and then around the house to the trash can because the gate we kept locked typically.
So let's talk a little bit about that backyard. Was it completely fenced in?
Yes, it was fenced in all the way around. Yes, sir.
What kind of fence did it have?
I believe it was a wooden fence. I think, yeah.
Was it short fence, tall fence?
It was like a maybe 6 or 8 foot privacy type fence all the way around.
Okay.
And joining, the neighbors had joining sides, so there wasn't two fences, it was just one fence on each side and the back that joined the neighbors.
How many gates in the backyard?
Just the one on the, as I referenced already, the left-hand side looking at the garage from the street.
There was reference to a key in that phone call as well, a key to the gate.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep that gate locked, closed?
Yeah, we kept it locked. The only time I really remember unlocking it on a regular basis was to cut the grass in the backyard.
Where was that key normally kept?
I had a little basket of just whatever, just doodads on top of my dresser or somewhere in the master bedroom, and the key would be in there. It was a couple keys on a keychain, and I kept it in that basket.
Was the lock on the, hopefully I'm going to describe this correctly when I'm asking this question. Was it a padlock, first of all?
It was.
Was that padlock on the outside of the gate, meaning closer to the street, or on the inside yard part of the gate?
No. For instance, if Gannon were to unlock it, he would have had to go through the backyard and access it from the backyard side of the gate to unlock it. He could not reach over from the front yard side. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, so just so we're clear, the lock that is locking the gate is on the inside of the yard.
Yes. Yeah, on the backyard side, yes, sir.
How tall was Gannon?
Oh, I don't remember right off the top of my head. Approaching 5 foot. I don't know if he had hit 5 foot yet. Is it in that range?
I guess just to really drive home this point, maybe unnecessarily, but was he tall enough, or did he have long enough arms that he could reach over a 6-foot fence and unlock the gate?
Yeah, let me reiterate. I just mentioned that a second ago. He could not open the gate from the front yard. I mean, if he was standing on a ladder or something, but standing on the ground, he could not. He was not tall enough to reach over and unlock it. He had to go from the back.
Could you even?
I think I could. I pull myself up far enough to get it. I'm not sure, but I don't remember ever doing that because the lock was a little bit, it hung a little bit lower. It wasn't at the top. So.
Okay. There was mention of Kobe. Who is Kobe referenced in there?
Kobe Bryant. He died, as many of us know, he died on that Sunday, which I think would have been the 26th. And I think it was in the phone call I said she had sent me a text message about it right when I landed at the airport in Lawton, Oklahoma. That's what I found.
Oh, right,
Okay.
because
So
your
just-
kid's
she had
missing. The
sent you a
most
text
important
message
thing
in reference
is
to
a
Kobe Bryant
celebrity dying in a
helicopter
plane
crash.
crash.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what that
So it's a
references
plane
to.
crash, helicopter. Still.
Whatever.
There was reference of bath salts. Tell us about the bath salts. What was that reference in regard to?
Psychedelic drugs, probably. I doubt
Some
she's
years
talking
ago,
about a
bath salts
bath
became
bomb.
kind of a recreational drug or something. I don't know much about it. I don't think that's the same bath salts as you put in your bathtub. I'm not 100% sure, but something came up in a text message thread where I referenced earlier about a friend on the bus, this new friend that I'd never found to exist, but he said Gannon could come over and play if Gannon were to bring bath salts with him or some drugs or whatever. And that's where the bath salts were introduced into the conversation. The next thing I did was ask Tisha to get, or the defendant to get all that. We had some, household bath salts. I said, get all those and put them up just in case.
Put them up for what reason?
In case that story was true.
But put them up so that maybe Gannon couldn't
Gannon
get to them?
Find them, or Gannon couldn't get them, or whatever.
Okay. There was a reference by the defendant to, the way I wrote it down was the Douglas County thing, basically. Were you aware that there were searches happening up on the northern part of El Paso County, southern part of Douglas County line?
Yeah, at some point, I don't remember the exact date, but I know the search moved into that area because we were, I and those around me were following the news pretty closely and getting most of our information from there.
So, to your knowledge, the fact that there was a search happening up in that part of the state was actually being broadcast on the news.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That's where you learned it.
Yeah, that's where I learned it. I think also in those pretext calls, that area was mentioned to me at one point. No specifics were given. Just had you ever been through that area or whatever. So,
based on her reference, did that indicate to you that she also had learned that there was a search happening in that area as well?
I don't know if in that moment I put it together and immediately following that phone call. I think somewhere down the line I put it together that she must have put those together, seen the news as well, and brought that up because of that. I'm not sure, Mr. Allen.
And then the comment that she makes close in time to that comment about Douglas County is that y'all are barking up the wrong tree.
Yes.
In your mind, was that her trying to move the investigation away from that area?
Objection calls for speculation.
Spade.
Who was Uncle Matt?
That's the first, I think I said that in the phone call. I've never heard of, I brought up the defendant's sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or something. That's the only person I could think of the name Matt that could have been referred to as an uncle. No other person that I've ever heard of.
So when she said Uncle Matt, that is not a name that you knew about?
No, sir.
Obviously, it sounds like in that phone call, there was a range of emotion happening on the defendant's part, especially. Was that range of emotion consistent with her personality the way you knew it?
Absolutely.
In that particular phone call, did she ever change her persona or identity as you were talking to her?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In that phone call, was your question? Yeah.
In that call?
Yeah, Mr. Allen, in that phone call, I only ever was talking to the defendant.
You mentioned in that phone call, these people are after me now. What did you mean by that?
Absolutely nothing. Just, there was a statement just to put myself in her shoes as well. Once again, try to keep her on the hook.
Okay. And again, with this question, I'm not going to ask you to opine on the ultimate question as to the purpose of this trial. But you made a comment, I don't believe you killed him. Was that a question again that you were asking to keep her on the hook and keep talking?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. What about the idea that you made mention in that phone call about even you were not getting truth from her or even the police? Was that again another one of these references to you trying to keep her on the phone and keep talking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of both. I felt I wasn't getting truth from her, but she was saying the police aren't doing their job. So it was a little bit of both.
When you had custody of Gannon and Lena, when you were still married with the defendant, would the kids sometimes go visit Landon, spend time with Landon?
Yeah, there's scheduled visits, holidays, summertime, I don't remember the exact schedule right now, but.
The defendant have like a dance party when the kids would leave, indicating she was happy that they were no longer in the house.
There was one or two times I remember her and Harley, the defendant and Harley, having what I call a dance party. This would have been when we lived in Myrtle Beach, when I did not yet have custody. So it was like weekend visits or whatever after they left.
And then I think it's clear based off of the context of the way that call unfolded. But did this call occur before or after Gannon's remains were found?
This was before.
Okay. Judge, the next portion that I intend to get into would be the next phone call, which is about 37 minutes long. So I'm wondering if we should potentially.
Yeah, counsel approach for a moment.
Okay.
For the love of God, call it for the day, please.
Please.
Please, for the love of God, just call it for everybody's goddamn mental well-being for the day. I cannot listen to 38 minutes of crazy right now again.
And then all the time, and then everything.
Mama Bear, there's no objection. What they're discussing is essentially what I said, that the prosecution is like, hey, it's the next call is this long. Should we just call this for a day? It's going to take us over. It's like an administrative kind of question.
Call all the it.
Objection, all of this.
I know, right?
Objection, everything this woman freaking says.
Yeah, about the puppers. Her pupper is just sitting up on my lap again.
All right,
And you go.
ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news and some bad news. And the good news is that the other phone calls that I think are going to be played are not as long as the first one. The bad news is that we have about 20 minutes, and I don't think we can efficiently use your time. But I also think that we've had a long afternoon, so I think that probably everybody could use a break early. We are still on track. We are still moving things along. The lawyers are, I think, doing their best to try and move things along. Sometimes things just take longer than what they think. Sometimes they go faster than what they think. So I apologize that we cannot efficiently use your time today, but I think it's probably good that everybody has a break. So we're going to end early. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do
I
any
think we
investigation
can
about any
cut this
aspect
right
of
now.
the case. Remember to avoid any stories or opinions from anyone regarding this matter. And if we can have everyone where they need to be so that they can meet Mr. Combs in the morning at the usual.
Okay. This was like a train wreck. Oh my God. That was a train wreck in slow motion. This is ridiculous. This woman, I cannot even with her. I cannot. I am going to go dinner, small people, bedtime, and then I'll probably pop up a summary later this evening, and I will see you guys at 9:30 in the morning tomorrow again. So if everybody finds your sanity, I'll probably be live later again last night with a summary for those who couldn't make it. And Croc, any last words?
No, I'm good.
Patty?
It has been a really long day. Make sure you give a hug to the people you love. Don't be afraid to tell them you love them. And we'll take this up later.
Okay.
So everybody be well, be safe, and pray no more tornadoes in Little Rock because we're about
We
to go
will.
under severe storm warnings. So
Okay. Love you all. Stay safe. Bye.
Keep us posted, Patty.